Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Hi Dani, ek kan jou hoor.
Baie dankie.
Good morning, Mr. Kolayat.
Morning, Honorable Councillor. Are you well?
Can anyone just Councillor Lulu?
Morning, Councillor. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you, my leader.
Loud and clear on Councillor Zana.
Good morning, everybody. It is 10 o'clock. Notice is hereby given in the terms of Section 19 of the Local Government Municipal System Act 2000 that an ordinary council meeting will be held virtually on 30 April 2025 at 10 o'clock. Welcome, everybody. Councillor van der Linden, could I ask you to open for us, please?
Enige tyd, speaker, ons maak die oë toe. Hemelse Vader, baie dankie dat ons hierdie dag tegemoet kan kom met hierdie lieflike reën wat U op hierdie gebied van ons uitstort. Vader, U alleen het die mag om dit te kan doen. Vader, dan vra ons, wees in hierdie vergadering met ons vandag, wees U met die speaker wat die vergadering moet lei vir kalmte, wysheid. Vader, en ook so vir almal van ons, dat ons wat ons doen en sê tot eer en verheerliking van U groot en heilige naam sal doen. Vader, dankie vir al die seëninge wat ons uit U hand ontvang in hierdie Caucus munisipaliteitgebied en dankie vir U leiding en wysheid wat U op ons neerdruk. Vader, dan vra ons al hierdie dinge nie omdat ons dit verdien nie, maar enkel alleen uit U groot en heilige naam alleen. Amen.
Thank you very much, Councillor van der Linden. I'm going to go to roll call. Absent with leave, I have received an apology from Councillor Kilsani. Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to go to the list. Councillor Alexander, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, all council.
Thank you. Councillor August.
Good morning, Honourable Speaker. Good morning, everybody. I am present, Speaker.
Thank you. Alderman Benson.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning to colleagues and officials. I'm present.
Thank you. Our Honourable Mayor Borman.
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Dludlu.
Morning, Speaker, and everyone. I am present. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Foley. Councillor Foley, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gertenbach.
Good morning, Speaker. I am present.
Thank you. Councillor Kanuza. I know she was sick previously. I'm not sure if she's present today.
Morning, Speaker. I'm present. Yes. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Kanuza. Councillor Haystack.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, everyone. Present.
Thank you very much. Councillor Heeman.
Goeiemôre, voorsitter. Ek is teenwoordig. Neem net kennis dat die netwerk baie swak is, so as ek miskien wegraak in die vergadering, dis weens netwerk. Baie dankie.
Dankie, noted. Councillor Jantjies, Deputy Mayor.
Good morning, Honourable Speaker and colleagues. Official, I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Mbandana. Councillor Mbandana, are you present? I will come back to him. Councillor Magupwa, are you present?
Morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Welcome, Councillor. Councillor Murray, are you present?
Morning, Speaker. Present.
Thank you. Councillor Nzalani, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. Yes, I'm present. Thank you.
Welcome. Councillor Nichols, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tengwani, are you present? Councillor Ntemwane, are you present? I will come back to you, Councillor. Councillor Nshota.
Good morning, everyone. I am present, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williams, are you present?
Molo somlomo. Okokuba kuyenzeka ndiqhawuke kule ndawo ndikuyo ayibambi kakuhle imfonomfono yam. Okokuba ndiye ndaphunguka ke uziyazi uba ndinaloo ngxaki. Enkosi kakhulu.
Councillor Williams, you say you battling to hear me? Did I understand correctly? Or do you have a connection problem?
Anditsho ndinengxaki ewe apha kule ndawo ndikuyo. Imfonomfono yam ayibambi kakuhle.
Okay, I've got it. So you've got a connection problem. Thank you. I understand. Thank you. Councillor Peterson, are you present? Councillor Peterson, are you present? Okay, I'll come back. Councillor Roof, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker and Councillors. I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Steelman, are you present?
Good morning, Honorable Speaker and everyone. I'm present, but I just want to take note that we're experiencing internet connection problems in this area. But I have an alternative device also in case if something happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Noted. Councillor Valji, are you present? Councillor Valji, are you present?
I am present. Good
Welcome.
morning.
Thank you.
Yes.
Morning. Councillor van der Linde opened for us, so he is present. Councillor van Niekerk. Councillor van Niekerk, I can hardly hear you, but I can hear you all there.
Yeah, present, Speaker.
Thank you. There I can hear you. Thank you very much. Alderman Williams, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you very much. Councillor Zona, are you present?
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Yes, I'm present, and I must also perhaps send a disclaimer that my network connection where I am in Henki is currently very terrible, Speaker. Thank you very much. I am present.
Thank you, Councillor. Noted. Councillor Yali, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker and Councillors. Yes, I'm present.
Thank you. Let me go through the list again, people that's not logged in. Councillor Mdano, are you present? Councillor Bandana, are you present? I don't see him. Could committee service let me know if he logs in a bit later? Councillor Ntemwana, are you present? Councillor Ntemwana, are you present? Also, don't see Councillor. Please, committee service, let me know if he joins a bit later. Councillor Peterson, are you present? Councillor Peterson? Same for this councillor. I don't see the councillor online. Please let me know if he joins a little bit later. Then I'm going to move over to the administration. Mr. Duplessis, are you present?
Present, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Willifant, I see your hand. Did you want to apologize for somebody not present?
No, Speaker. I wanted to request you after calling the officials doing the roll call. Can I ask through my chief whip that you give us about 3 minutes caucus, please, before you commence with the agenda?
Okay, I'll do that.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Deputy, Mr. De Jager, are you present?
I'm present, Speaker.
Thank you very much. CFO, Mr. Lorgaard, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. Present.
Thank you. Director Makalesi, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Oppermeiser, she's sitting with me. Thank you. Director Ramakawela, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker, and good morning to everyone. I'm present.
Thank you very much. Ms. Rousseau, she's also sitting with me, so I can confirm she's here. Director De Kok.
Good morning, Speaker, all the councillors, colleagues. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Medad.
Good morning, Speaker, councillors and colleagues. I'm present today. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I can also confirm that Ms. Julius is also with me, and the committee services, and Ms. Prinsloo and Ms. Klopper. They're all with me. Thank you very much. Before we start, Councillor Himan, your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. If time allows, I would like to enroll in terms of rule number 30, raise a motion of exigency. I just would like to put that on the record. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Himan. Can we do that at the end of open agenda?
Noted, Speaker. All good and well. Thank you.
Okay. The ANC has asked for a caucus. So could the administration please put everybody in their relevant rooms? Thank you. For 5, thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Councillor Oliphant, feedback from your caucus.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Firstly, let me appreciate, Speaker, that you granted us the 3 minutes and even grace on top of that. And I hope you shall continue staying very much progressive, unlike the previous speaker. And secondly, what we're actually discussing, which you have granted us a permission to, we're just reflecting on 2 or 3 things relating, in fact, to some items on the agenda. Thank you very much for granting us that opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor. Then I will continue. We have dealt with the absences and the roll call. I'm moving to item number 5, presentations. We don't have any presentations. Then I move to item number 6, acknowledgements, condolences, and congratulations. Councillor Zona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Perhaps mine will start with a very sober note on condolences, Speaker, on the constables from Bloemfontein that we currently lost tragically in Centurion. Their names are Tseba Kulu, Linda, Constable Kimogetsua Vice, and Boipelo Senonge. We want to send our heartfelt condolences to their families, their colleagues, and to the whole South Africans, and hoping that there will be people that are coming forward to state if they've seen anything in terms of their death. Not forgetting the clerks from the clerk and also the gardener from SAPS also that with bodies that were found in the Henops River. Then, Speaker, also perhaps to send our heartfelt condolences to the family of Reverend Becha, who was tragically shot a few weeks ago here in Henki. We want to say condolences to the family and hoping also that those criminals that did that will be brought to book. And lastly, Madam Speaker, mine is also to congratulate a true South African who has done us proud at an international level, an athlete of a serious stature, Akane Zimbini. He recently broke the Usain Bolt record for running sub 10 seconds for 11 years, Madam Speaker. And also perhaps what he also achieved, he won the Diamond League in China recently with running impressive 9.99 seconds on that 100 meter. We want to send also our congratulations to him, and may his wins inspire a new generations of athletes throughout our country. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Zona. Councillor Heman, your hand is up next.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity. I would like to rise to congratulate Kruisfontein Rugby Club for their participation in the Easter tournament in Saldanha Bay. They did the region proud for the participation, and I wish the club well for their endeavors for the rest of the year. We've seen how a tournament which is organized very good, what results that can bring, exposure on national television, etc., etc. So I would urge us here in the Caucus to support rugby, especially rugby, since rugby is the one taking our children from the streets. So I'm looking forward to engagements with several rugby clubs from this perspective of Caucus, as we can see how we can further betterment our involvement in sport, especially rugby in this region. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Heman. Alderman Williams, your hand is up next.
Thank you, Speaker. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate Geordie Smith, the local Jeffreys Bay surfer who recently won the World Championship Tour event in Portugal. And it's clear to see that our investment in the J-Bay Open is bearing fruit, with our local surfers now dominating on the international stage. He's now in 5th position on the championship tour, and a good result in the J-Bay Open in July could well see Geordie becoming the world champion. And then, Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the Democratic Alliance and the EFF for stopping the VAT increase in South Africa. It's a court case that is a victory for all South Africans. We all would have felt it in our pocket if this insane VAT increase had gone through. So my thanks and appreciation on behalf of all South Africans. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Alderman. Any other hands? I don't
My
see
hand
any.
was up, Speaker. Sorry, Speaker, my hand was up. It's Councillor Bunoza.
Yes, Councillor Kunuza.
I want to congratulate Hook Vets for winning Mayor's Cup. Also, Speaker, I want to encourage Rhea to support the event so that the soccer can grow in Jeffreys Bay. Also see the players on professional. So and also driving. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kunuza. Your signal is a bit bad, but I did hear your congratulations. Councillor Willifund.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, firstly, I know many of us were keeping Councillor Kunuza in prayers, and the Almighty have responded to our prayers. Hence, she's here in our midst today, and we wish that she can continue, in fact, improving in her life so that she can continue giving progressive services and serve the community in which she stays at. Lastly, Speaker, I wish to congratulate the most progressive members of the I wish to congratulate most progressive members of the GNU to have supported the debate and vote in favor of the processes to follow on the VAT, as well as the progressiveness of the ANC to withdraw the VAT percentage, which was actually determined. For that, it's very progressive. The ANC and other progressive forces within the GNU, except for the DA, they thought that it's going to be important to withdraw that VAT so that our people cannot continue suffering, as well as the poor of the poorest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else? I don't see any new hands. Thank you for everybody's contribution. I am going to move to the next item, number 7, statements communication by the Speaker, myself. Honourable Mayor and members of Council, officials, online guests, and dear colleagues, I hope you had a lovely Easter and a refreshing school holiday. Whether you spent time to relax, traveling, enjoy family time, or just take a well-earned break, I hope it brought you joy and rest. It is great to see you all present today. This week also holds deep meaning for our country. Deep meaning for our country. We mark 2 important days, Freedom Day and Workers' Day. On Freedom Day, we remember 27 April 1994, a day that changed South Africa forever. It was the day we took our first steps towards democracy. Then on Workers' Day tomorrow, we celebrate the role of workers in building our nation, the people whose hands, minds, and efforts keep everything moving forward. It is a time to honor fairness, dignity in the workplace. Let us carry the spirit on both these days and how we treat each other, with respect, with fairness, and with the hope for a better future for all South Africans. Thank you very much. Then I'm going to move over to number 8, statements on communication of Executive Mayor. Over to you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Thank you for your statement. I think you said it well in terms of where we are as a country, and I think we are really at an unprecedented place as a country where we really are seeing massive progress and massive exciting times that we live in, but obviously also very concerning things that is going on in our country. I would, however, just briefly like to touch on some of the things that's happening in the municipality here locally, and I will be very, very short today, as I think a bigger, longer statement from my side will come next month when we approve where the final budget will be tabled and will be considered by council for approval. So, Speaker, I think we are in very exciting times as a municipality and massively exciting projects that are happening. If we speak about development, as you can also see in this council agenda, loads of items coming through from planning and development side, which speaks to development within our municipality, specifically, obviously, our spatial development framework that is in the review process. And I'm very thankful to the team that's pushing this very important document so that we can adopt this in council very soon. Have a final copy for council's approval very soon. This will obviously give very clear guidelines as to how we would like our municipality to develop and how we can see that happening. Speaker, I was in the Western Cape over the weekend, and I am always inspired by the Western Cape's ability to govern well. However, I was this time around very, very proud of the work that we are doing and coming back into Caucus, feeling at home, feeling that things are happening here, whereas where I was not. I didn't necessarily see that. I was very thankful in terms of the growth that we've been able to achieve. I'm very thankful for the name that our towns have been able to build for themselves, for Jeffreys Bay and for St. Francis specifically, as very, very popular tourist destinations, and the growth and economic development and jobs that then in turn creates. Whereas other towns along our coast is standing still and not going anywhere. And I'm very, very proud of what we're able to achieve here where we live. Speaker, I am also thankful from a tourist point of view, obviously, for the very exciting events that's coming up. And as Councillor Alderman Williams said in his congratulatory remarks, I'm very excited for the surfing event that's up and coming. I'm very thankful for the Calamari Festival and loads of other tourist events that brings money into our towns that is related into jobs and a better life for our residents. And that's what we want to see. And I would like to invite council again today, as we consider the things that's on our table, to really not consider whatever is popular, whatever is the flavor of the time, but to consider what is best for the people of Caucus and what is best for this municipality to grow, for our people to have a better life, and not what is popular politics, and let's not play cheap politics with the decisions that we make, but let's make decisions that will benefit our people. Speaker, with those words, I'll leave it at that for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Mayor. Then I move to item number 9, disclosure of interest. Anybody need to disclose anything? I don't see any hands. Number 10, statutory matters. We don't have any. Then I'm going to move to item number 9, minutes of the previous mayoral committee. 11.1, minutes of the mayoral committee held on 12 February 2025 from page 8 to 15. This minutes is for noting. Any questions? I don't see any hands. Then I'm going to move to item number 12. Confirmation of minutes of previous council meeting. 12.1. Minutes of the special council meeting held on 27 March 2025 from page 17 to page 20. Any questions? Any proposers? Councillor Foley.
Speaker, I would move the minutes.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ruth.
Speaker, I'm happy to second the minutes.
Thank you very much. Then I move over to the next item, 12.2. Minutes of the Ordinary Council held on 31st March 2025 from page 21 to page 52. Any questions? Any proposers? Councillor Yali.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I wish to take the councillors to page 26. Where it indicates there, I think it's paragraph 1 from 12.1. Then it says the Councillor Oliphant proposed that the Speaker withdraw her statement and listen to the recordings. Speaker, we are talking about, I want to check if that's the correct one. Withdraw her statement or withdraw his statement.
Councillor Yali, yes, that's correct.
Because these are the minutes of the special council meeting for the 17th January. So the speaker then was the he, not the she.
Hold on a second. I just want to check with committee services that they can check their records. Councillor Yali, yes, we need to change that. I was definitely not speaker then. So it needs to change to he. Please, committee service, change it to he.
Thank you very much.
Honourable Mayor, your hand is up.
Speaker, this was the minutes for the 31st March council meeting where you were the speaker. In the minutes, it was there was a portion of that meeting that was dedicated to previous minutes, where it is probably possible that the Councillor Oliphant could have spoken to you and not referred to Alderman Williams. So that's definitely a possibility. So I think I propose that the committee services just check the recording as to what the context was for that before we then correct it or change it.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Yes, I've asked them committee services to check the recording and then correct accordingly to the recording and check if it's correct. Thank you. Councillor Oliphant, your hand is up as well.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Speaker. Let me on this rainy day agree for the first time with Councillor Bondman. In fact, it was on congratulations which the current speaker reflected that Councillor Gunuza congratulated, and in her congratulations reflected as follows: that I, Councillor Gunuza, hereby congratulate ANC matriculants, and it is where that part in fact came in. It is with the current speaker, but the congratulations were reflected on the previous speaker. So what we expected today on that point was for the current speaker to give to council a report whether she listened on the tapes and whether indeed Councillor Gunuza said that she congratulates ANC matriculants. And my argument was the ANC does not have matriculants. So she must go and listen and report back to council. That is where the matter actually emanates from. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Oliphant. We are going to listen to the recordings to make sure that what we've written here is correct. Councillor van der Linde.
Madam Speaker, I just want them to correct also, I wasn't at that meeting, the council meeting. Remember, I sent you an apology. So I was absent with leave.
Thank you, Councillor. Could we please make that correction? Honourable Mayor.
Speaker, I would just then propose that we not accept this now at the moment, if we still need to listen to recordings, and confirm that we rather ask that the administration make 100% sure, and then this we can come back to council for clarification, and before we accept it as correct, because it's obviously then not correct, or the correctness thereof needs to be checked. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Yes, they're pretty sure, but I really also want to check the recordings that we are 101% correct on these minutes. Thank you. We'll listen to that. So we'll do the minutes in the next council so we can approve them. Thank you. Any other questions or corrections on these minutes? Okay. Then I'm going to move to item number 13, reports of committees of council. Report back from Sarah Bartman District Municipality. We don't have any reports today on that one. Councillor Yali, you've got your hand.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, this is unacceptable. We are forever getting a no report from the representatives of Sarah Bartman, while we know very well that there are council meetings, district council meetings that are sitting. So we are not getting any report from the ones that are supposed to be representing us. So we may as well just delete this part so that we don't get to see a report back. So we may as well just omit this part for future purposes, because it is clear that we are never going to get the reports. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Yali. Councillor Foley, your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I would just like to remind Council that we had a resolution in 2022 where we resolved as Council that Councillor Ganuza will be bringing the reports to Council. We must perhaps just check with Councillor Ganuza if she is still just willing. And if she indicates that she is not willing to bring the reports to Council, then we must just appoint another district representative to bring the reports back to Council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Foley. Councillor Oliphant, your hand is up as well.
No, Speaker, I disagree. In fact, I was not raising to disagree. I was raising to say, even in the last council meeting, if it is actually captured, I raised this matter. We've got 4 representatives there in the district. As much as Councillor Foley is correct, fine. On the 2022, we agreed that Councillor Ganuza shall be coordinating compilation of a report, not that she is going to report, coordinate compilation of a report. So we cannot squarely put the blame on her, whilst we've got 4 councillors representing Caucus at the district level. So I'm saying the failure should not be squarely put on her. All 4 councillors representing Caucus in the district are equally in the wrong. If they observe, fine, at the first meeting and second meeting, third meeting, there's no reporting. They have to converge and actually say, councillors, colleagues, it is wrong for us not to submit a report. Let us collectively accept failure in this part and correct this matter. So I'm just saying, Speaker, we should say respective political parties must deal with this matter, because it can't be. This demonstrates a wrong picture, as if there's no meetings of the district, 1. 2, there's no issues discussed that are of interest to COGA, which COGA can equally benefit on items discussed at that level of the district. So I am actually saying each respective political party must deal with the matter and check as to how best it can be resolved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Oliphant. Alderman Williams, your hand is up.
Thanks, Chair. While I also agree that there needs to be reports from the district, and we also need to take note of the fact that there is a council resolution in place. And the only way that that can be changed is if the council resolution is rescinded. And council hasn't rescinded up until this point in time, which means that Councillor Ganuza is still responsible for coordinating with all the district councillors and ensuring that a report gets submitted to the Speaker's office so that it can be tabled to the council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman. Honourable Mayor.
Thanks, Speaker. I'm covered by Alderman Williams. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yoli, your hand is up as well.
Oh, no, Speaker, I'm sorry, that's an old hand.
Thank you, Councillor. I will also, as Speaker, speak to all the chief whips so we can find a way forward, so we can get reports coming. If we have to rescind the old one or the way forward. Thank you. So if there's no more questions on this item, I'm moving to the next item. 13.2, COGA Audit Committee. I'm going to give over to you so you can give over to the chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Dani de Lange is on. I'm going to give over to Mr. Dani de Lange then to present these minutes of the Audit Committee and also deal with just the Audit Committee charter. Dani, are you on? You can continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Honourable Executive Mayor, Councillors, Directors, colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity for me to present this report. This is the first time I'm participating in the council meeting. I am not sure what the processes were previously. The Audit Committee Charter does say that a formal report needs to be provided to Council after each quarterly meeting. I have prepared a report. I've looked at the Council agenda. It is very long. And Madam Speaker, I'm in your hands in terms of how you would want me to deal with this. It is my duty to table these reports. There are quite a number of them. It's June, August, October, and December. I've only been involved since October. And the report that I've prepared is for the meeting of the 11th of December, the most recent one. So maybe the council would want to take a decision. Do I present my report? I can also in future provide the report prior to the preparation of the agenda so that it's in the agenda itself, and I think that would speed things up. If we could maybe just have a decision in that regard, I will appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. De Lange. Yes, I see all the minutes is all in the agenda. What I will do is I will ask the committee if they have questions, because I have a couple of speakers on my list as well. So I will go over to questions. Councillor Heeman, you are first on my speakers list.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Just in future, because the chairperson alluded to a report, what we are seeing is minutes here. So we need that report because we need to interrogate the report and ask for clarity if it is the case. But I've made note on the minutes that was provided, and I will now continue with my speech. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, Executive Mayor, Councillors, I rise today to bring to Council attention critical observations made through the Audit Committee's work over the past year. Across 4 meetings, several issues has surfaced repeatedly. The slow implementation of internal audit action plans, incomplete asset verification processes, poor risk management integration into directorates, late performance management submissions, delayed finalizations of fraud risk register and ICT risk strategies. While I acknowledge the administration has documented actions against these findings, we can see Appendix E that many remain unresolved or are marked only as in progress. Notably, despite these weaknesses, the municipality achieved a clean audit for 23-24. However, this success is fragile. Without urgent demonstration correctness of outstanding risk, the next audit outcome is at serious risk. I respectfully urge Council to mandate stronger enforcement mechanisms, fixed deadlines, and report quarterly directly to Council to monitor these high-risk areas. Speaker, history has shown that unresolved findings accumulate into institutional failures. We are at a crossroads where good governance must be proven and not just promised. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Heman. I'm going to give all the speakers opportunity and then I'll give over to the MM after that. Alderman Williams, you my next speaker on this item.
Thanks, Chair. Just in line with what Mr. De Lange also said, on page number 59 of the item, it mentions that the chairperson proposed a standard resolution to read that that the matters arising register, once updated and after each meeting, be submitted to council for consideration. So I'd just like to ask, where is this register? And yes, why is it not here? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Williams. Councillor Zana, you my next speaker on the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Actually, these are two items, Madam Speaker, so I'm not quite sure because I wanted to speak more to the charter. I'm not sure if you'll allow me to speak to that one, but I think on what Mr. De Lange has said, I don't know if he'll be able to send perhaps his report to our next council meeting so that we are able to interact with the report, because he says, apart from the minutes, he also compiled the report. So I would have loved perhaps to engage more on the report, but also perhaps welcome this initiative of the charter, because I'm not sure if you'll allow me to speak on the issue of the charter, but it has a lot of, pardon me, Madam Speaker.
We are on the first item. It's the next one. We're not there yet.
Okay. No, but I think with alluding to the issue of the minutes or the comment that he has made in terms of his report, I know that we are speaking to minutes. Let's maybe allow him to submit his report for our next council meeting because we do not have it today, Madam Speaker. That's what I'm proposing. Thank you.
Thank you. MM, I'm going to give over to you to answer some of the questions.
Speaker, yes. I think what we need to do is just first give Mr. Dani de Lange just chance to report, because I think most of many things that we've been asked has been dealt with by the audit committee as well. So let Mr. Dani de Lange just quickly present his report, and then we can look at what hasn't been dealt with and try to field answers to that.
Thank you, Mr. De Lange. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The questions that were raised by the first speaker, by the first councillor, all those issues have come up in our most recent, in our March meeting. And we have been taking decisions with regard to specifically the one that I think the audit committee is most concerned about, and that is the slow implementation of the internal audit reports recommendations. There does seem to be a problem. It has come up in all these minutes that are tabled today. So I agree with the councillor. What we have decided there, and I think this is also still in progress, and it will take this matter forward. We as a committee have recommended that with regard to recommendations and findings of internal audit, as well as the audit plan, which is the AG's findings and recommendations, that those should be included in the performance agreements of the MM and senior directors. So, so that it's weighted, there's a key performance indicator, there are targets, there are dates to deal with it. And we believe as a committee, there will be more focused attention on this important matter, because if we can agree that if these findings and recommendations are not implemented, it will eventually impact on the audit outcome and influence it maybe in a negative way, and we don't want that because the audit committee as one of its goals has set that it wants to improve governance, and it wants to improve accountability. So this is one of the ways that I believe it will take the matter forward. Risk management is another area, although in our March meeting we can see there has been advances and improvements with that being brought up to date. Specifically ICT, which the audit committee has felt that it was not even included in the audit internal audit plan for 23-24, and it was raised that needs attention. And I have recently been talking to the manager, risk and internal audit, and that will be included in the new audit plan, internal audit plan. Although it was indicated that there aren't in-house, I think, skills to do detailed computer auditing, we've agreed that as a start, we need to have the overall governance of ICT issues to be included, so that will receive attention. And I'm looking at the other issues that were raised. Yes, Madam Speaker, I don't know if I've answered all the questions, and maybe I can just very briefly also say that recently the chair of the audit committee received a letter from the administration, which came from the AG, where it was indicated that the standards, international standards, have changed, and now it is required annually. I think the MM, myself, have to answer questions relating to fraud and the management of fraud. And I'll just quickly read them because they're very important. And the next cycle, we need to be able to answer these questions with confidence, and we need to have in our audit committee meetings the reports which are already in the work plan, such as the fraud prevention work plan, the hotline reports, investigation status, because they want to know, are there any fraud and corruption being investigated? What is the progress with regard to that? They want to know anti-corruption and fraud reports, and also ethics plan status in terms of how that is being instituted. They want to know, how do those charged with governance exercise oversight over management's process for identifying and responding to fraud, as well as how do those charged with governance exercise oversight over internal controls established by management to mitigate the risk of fraud. Do those charged with governance have any knowledge of any actual suspected alleged fraud? And has any investigations into allegations of alleged fraud been concluded? So you can see that if one does not have these reports available, that the audit committee must interact with, and we will then, in our minutes to council, make our recommendations and comments. We will not be able to, at a very high standard, be able to reply to these. So that is in the pipeline. Also, that the internal audit, the audit committee took note of the internal audit report on asset alienation, progress on the implementation of the internal audit plan, an emphasis on ensuring timely implementation of recommendations. The finance reports were all included in the report, and as the chair of the audit committee, I must commend the agendas are complete and accurate, and the reports and minutes are of a very high standard. The work plan has now been fully implemented and is the basis of the agenda, so we can perform our mandate in terms of the charter, in the audit committee charter. And the internal audit division is also producing high quality reports and enable the audit committee to perform their mandate and provide assurance. Chair, in conclusion, I want to say just thank you to the committee, and it remains committed to providing oversight and guidance on governance, risk management, financial accountability, and we appreciate the cooperation of management, that's the directors, and of course the internal audit division as well. And I'm sure that we will be able to move towards improving governance and accountability. Chair, I don't know if I've answered all the questions, but that just gives an overview of the work of the audit committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. De Lange, for that comprehensive feedback. I just think the one that Alderman Williams were referring was matters arising register, that's on page 93. So I hope that answered his question. Councillor Heeman, you have a question of clarity?
Thank you, Speaker. Once again, appreciation for the report. Chairperson, please take note through the chairperson of Council, the Speaker, that we really do need that report to be forthcoming because there was a lot of things that you have said which is critical for oversight in Council. Please bear in mind that all councillors are financial experts, financial gurus. So there will be a heavy reliance in terms of audit committee, in terms of what is being uncovered and unearthed, and I'm not saying it's a witch hunt, and I'm going to make that clear, but just for accountability, for oversight, this is needed. You are talking about new international standards. As councillors, we also need to understand what those new standards is and how we go about those new standards and how we do our oversight, proper oversight as councillors. So it is appreciated what you have brought to the table today, but it is unacceptable that we didn't have that in terms of a written report, a report that could have been scrutinized. So I thank you, and I do take note, and Speaker, please take note that we will have the report forthcoming for our future audit committee reports. Thank you to council.
Thank you, Councillor Heeman. I don't have other speakers, and this minutes are for noting. Then I move to the next item, is KIC 2 Audit Committee Charter. I'm going to give back to the MM.
Thanks, Speaker. The item is on page 13. The recommendations are there as well. And I think it's self-explanatory. I'm not going to read everything that is in there, but the recommendation is there on page 13, 14.
I'm page 100. I think the page numbers are incorrect that you've got. I'm on page 100. I've got one speaker on this item, Councillor Zana. Any questions on this item?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. perhaps mine is to welcome the charter itself, the development of this charter. But I just wanted to ask a question was perhaps because it says that we must approve recommendations that are on page 101. 10.1 reads that we must approve as council this audit committee charter. I'm not against that, but I just wanted to check in terms of the external role players, which might be the ratepayers, etc. Has the charter also been availed to them? Will they also be able to have an input on the charter itself? And I think the last one on the charter here, the MM itself is self-explanatory. Will it also be availed on the municipal website for public members to interact with it? Those are the things I wanted to check, Madam Speaker, on this particular item of the charter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Zona. Any comments from your side before we approve this through council?
No, Chairperson. Speaker, the charter is approved by council. It should be approved by council.
Thank you, MM, for that clarity. Do I have any objections for council to approve this item? I don't see any objections. So this item carries. Thank you very much. Then I'm going to move to the next item, 13.3, Rules and Ethics Committee. Arnie, I'm going to give over to our chair, Councillor van der Linde.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Disciplinary inquiry was held by Rules and Ethics Committee for Councillor Wayne Peterson, and it's on page 126 to 129, and the resolutions is on page 129. I table this item. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor van der Linde. My first speaker on this item is Councillor Zona.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't think I appreciate the tone of the MM. It sounds very arrogant on the last item which is raised, because I believe that external role players still have a role to play in the charter, whether we approve it or not. So I don't appreciate what raised. Coming to this particular item, Madam Speaker, I also want to make it categorically clear to this council that as African National Congress Caucus, we are going to withdraw our participation in this Ethical Rules and Ethics Committee. And we are also not in support of this particular item that is brought before us, Madam Speaker, on the basis that we feel that the punitive measures that are put in place in terms of dealing with an individual, I think the recommendations that are made by this, it's unfair, it's excessive and unfair punishment towards Councillor Peterson. Already he's been not taking any money home, and I think that because that there's been recommendations before that calls that the MAC should remove Councillor Peterson, and when this Rules and Ethics Committee saw that there's no response from the MEC, they went to the nearest one, which is just to go and punish him financially. And to us, as the African National Congress Caucus, this is a mechanism of silencing Councillor Peterson. And for that, because we've raised it many a times, when a person appeals a sanction, it means that the sanction cannot be implemented. It's the same as when you request that the councillor must be removed. And if the MSC does not respond, you cannot remove the councillor. So if the councillor in this case, there is appeal to the MEC, there's proof of that, why does Caucus Municipality go ahead and implement the sanction of cutting his salary into half? So I think it's a dangerous precedent that that we are putting in Caucus for democracy, because it cannot be that that's the mechanism that will deal with people that have perhaps a different view in terms of this. And it's for me also to say that maybe it's because we've been having virtual meetings. I don't know in virtual meetings.
Councillor Zona, you went missing. We cannot hear you. Councillor Zona, you've got 20 seconds, but your connection is very bad.
That, but it must be noted that we are not in favor of this. We are going to write to the MEC of Caucus.
We take note of Councillor Zona's comments. His connection went missing. My next speaker is Honourable Mayor Borman.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I would like to just say that council is a platform where councillors elected by the public can address and represent either both the political party that they represent as well as the residents of Caucus in council. So, and there is ways and mechanisms, legal ways and mechanisms to do that. As we are doing today here, Councillor Himan has expressed his concerns and thoughts around the audit committee. Councillor Zana has expressed his concerns and thoughts around all sorts of other matters. Councillor Olifant has expressed concerns. And that's how any council in South Africa operates. We've got legal framework, whereas we represent our electorate in council. That's what council is for. That's what councillors' jobs are. If a councillor behaves in a manner that hinders that, then there is consequences as legally prescribed in the Code of Conduct for councillors. If councillors are continuously disruptive, then there's consequences for that action. We cannot just sit back and say, okay, let anybody just speak anytime and not be disruptive. If there's problems with the way that a councillor acts, and there's proof of it, and this committee elected by council, where ANC councillors also sit on, say that this is unbecoming of a councillor, then there is consequences for that. And if Councillor Peterson cannot deal with it, then there's two options for him. He must resign, or he must get his act in order and behave himself in a way that is in line with what the Code of Conduct says. He's got any right, as I do, as any other councillor has in this council, to express his concerns and represent the people that he represents in council. He has that right, but he cannot do it in a disruptive way, and he must do it according to the rules of order and the Code of Conduct for councillors. And if he doesn't do that, there is consequences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Councillor Ruth, you my next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Speaker. So just for clarification, Councillor Zana referred to the fact that Councillor Peterson is now taking no money home, which is a bit concerning, because my understanding of the rules is that the maximum that can be taken from a councillor's salary after deductions is 50%. So I would expect that Councillor Peterson is still taking 50% of his salary. And then just to clarify, that Councillor Peterson has on numerous occasions expressed that he doesn't need the money. So if we can just have clarification from the council on that.
Thank you, Councillor Ruth. Councillor Himan, you my next speaker on the list.
Thank you, Speaker. The mayor was now appearing very large on my screen. I'm getting calls here that I'm not appearing live when I'm putting my video on. So I would like to also appear big in front of the audience. Anyway, be as it may. Speaker, fellow councillors, I rise to speak in defense of, not in defense of any individual, but in defense of the principle of fairness and due process, which must underpin the integrity of this council. At the time that I served as member of the disciplinary panel considering Councillor Peterson's matter, I participated in good faith, relying on the assurance provided by the chairperson that all procedural requirements has been properly fulfilled. I approached the evidence before me honestly and to the best of my ability. However, it has since come to my attention that Councillor Peterson had submitted a request for postponement well in advance, citing valid reason for his absence from the hearing. The postponement request was directed to the Speaker as well as the Chairperson, as it was consistent with normal council procedures. Despite this, the Chairperson chose to proceed with the hearing without verifying the existence or validity of that request. This raises serious procedural concerns. Section 4.2 as well as 4.3 of the Council's own disciplinary procedures against councillors require that any councillor facing disciplinary proceedings be given a reasonable opportunity to prepare and present a defense. Furthermore, Section 4.7 requires that a hearing may only proceed in absence if no good cause is shown. In this case, good cause was clearly shown but not properly considered. Speaker, the fundamental principle at stake is that justice must not only be done, but must be seen to be done. Regardless of the outcome of the evidence presented, I submit that a disciplinary finding based on a process that denies a councillor their basic right to a fair hearing is vulnerable to appeal and review, and it risks exposing the council to unnecessary legal and reputational consequences. In light of these serious procedural flaws, I respectfully submit that council should consider whether it is appropriate to confirm the sections imposed or whether the matter should be remitted for a proper constitution and procedurally fair hearing. I submit these regards for the record. I'm in good conscience and in best interest of the integrity of council. Speaker, today we must decide not only the fate of one councillor, but whether future councillors of all parties can trust that their rights will be respected. Let us choose justice in this regard. Further, Speaker, I want to come in with what was raised by Councillor Zana in terms of
Councillor, 30 seconds.
When there is an appeal going to the MEC, the sanction must be suspended. That is law, that is the constitution respecting us in that way. So it cannot be that still fines are being imposed or being deducted from the salary of Councillor Peterson. It is against the constitution and it does open us to serious legal consequences. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Heeman. Councillor Oliphant, you're not a speaker on my list, so I will first give over to Councillor van der Linden to answer some of the questions, and then I'll give over to you for a clarity question. Thank you. Councillor van der Linden.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yeah, it's quite a surprise what Councillor Heeman is mentioned now here, because he was part of that committee. And it's true that he said, Councillor Peterson did ask for postponement, and I provide the committee with all the documents, what was flying around through the Speaker's office to my office, and I asked proof of this. Councillor Peterson said he must attend another meeting, and I asked proof of that invitation, and he couldn't provide proof of that invitation. So he just threw it out. So the committee, and I wrote to him and said to him, Councillor Peterson, please send me that invitations, otherwise we are going to go ahead. So, and that is the truth of that matter. And Councillor Heeman was in that meeting when I produced all that evidence in front of that. So I can't understand what he's saying now, that we did just go ahead and not give him the full opportunity to be there. So we did, and there was a couple of letters. So yeah, to answer Councillor Roof, he's only getting 50%, so it's not 100% like Councillor Zana said. It's 50%, and it's following a month after month after month. It's not all at 100% to reduce the month. So it's month after month. So that's the other question, Speaker. Yeah. So we did give him a fair opportunity to be there. So he didn't arise and he didn't give me anything to work with to postpone this meeting. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Councillor van der Linde. Councillor Oliphant, your question of clarity.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I just wanted to check with the chairperson of the Rules and Ethics, whether is he sure that that Rules and Ethics Committee is not biased. The reason why I'm asking this question, whenever the ANC component is submitting complaints against certain members of the DA, that committee does not preside over those complaints. A case in test, I submitted to the previous speaker when I was called a monkey by a DA councillor. The speaker shoved that under the carpet. That councillor never...
Councillor Oliphant, 20 seconds.
Point of order, Chair.
Hold on there. Point of order, Councillor Roof.
The Rules and Ethics Committee. Is this more a state machinery used on the ANC?
Thank you, Chair. This is a question, it's meant to be a question of clarity. So I'd like to know where the issue...
Did I finish my point?
Which particular...
What rule is it? What rule is it?
Which particular...
Councillor Oliphant, do we give Councillor Roof opportunity to...
No, I'm asking, did I finish my point of clarity? Did I finish my point of clarity?
Thank you, Speaker. It's Rule 32, I believe, on relevance. This is not a point of clarity. It's new points being introduced.
Thank you, Councillor Roof. Councillor Oliphant, 20 seconds to ask your clarity question. Thank you.
So was the 20 seconds done, Speaker?
No, you still have 20 seconds to ask your clarity question.
Oh, thank you. I feel interrupted then, Speaker. Why do you allow Councillor Ruth to interrupt me so rudely? So I just wanted to find out from the chairperson of that committee to respond, in fact, to what I have raised. Because to me, it's a clear kangaroo court to deal with the ANC councillors and silence and disintegrate the councillors in the caucus of the ANC. What is his view on that one?
Point of order, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Oliphant. Your time is up. Councillor Roof, do you still have a point of order?
Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. I use my...
Chairperson. Councillor Ruth cannot call.
Zono, yes, I see your hand. Also a clarity question.
No, Councillor Ruth cannot. It's procedure, Chair. Councillor Ruth cannot come on order on the same item 2 times. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zono. Councillor Heeman, your hand is up for a clarity question before I give back to Councillor van der Linde.
Thank you, Speaker. Now it was just in connection with what was said by the chairperson. The chairperson made it clear in the meeting that he is the chairperson and he's got a right to decide whether or not there should be, he should grant a postponement or not. So the chairperson should not be misleading council here today. I will, however, put that in writing for the speaker for full investigation in terms of what is being done and how things are being handled in terms of the rules and ethics, because I do think that is critical for our way forward. And I do see that there is a position up for grabs for chairperson of rules and ethics, and I do think the chairperson needs to change. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Iman. Councillor van der Linde, just a few clarity questions before we go to voting. Councillor Zono, you've already had a clarity question.
No, I did not have a clarity. I was calling an order on Councillor Ruth, chairperson. But my clarity is just to the chairperson of the Rules and Ethics Committee. Is it constitutional, Madam Speaker, for once there's an appeal and the sanctions on a sanction, and the sanction continues, is that constitutional in South Africa to happen like that? And if not, it's not constitutional, will they pay back the money owed to, that was deducted illegally to Councillor Peterson back? That's what I want to find out from the chairperson. Thank you, Madam Speaker, through you.
Councillor van der Linde, just on the clarity questions before we go to voting.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, just to clarify that, I did the day with the meeting with the investigation, the hearing, I did go to the Speaker's office and make sure if there's any appeals launched to this MSC, and they did get back to me and said they received nothing. No appeals was made to the MSC's office. I did go and check yesterday also again, and apparently there's for the new I don't know for which hearing was it, but apparently it was late. It wasn't in the 14 days. So I can't say, Madam Speaker. So there's no appeals.
Councillor van der Linde, just
launched.
hold on though. Councillor Oliphant, your point of order, rule number?
Speaker, rule 32, relevance. Speaker, what the councillor is responding on is not relevant because an appellant is not appealing to the speaker. Schedule 7 of the Code of Conduct of Councillors is clear that councillors or any party affected appeals direct to the MEC, not to the speaker. Go and read that. We don't apply, we don't appeal to speaker, we appeal to the MEC. Go and read, please, Chairperson.
Councillor, I'm overruling you. Councillor van der Linde, you can carry on answering the clarity question.
Thank you, Speaker. Just to tell Councillor Oliphant he must go and read further. The MSC must, when there is appeal, the MSC must inform the Speaker of the Council. So the MSC of the I'm not gonna entertain you further on that. Go and read further. So, Madam Speaker, yeah. So I think I answer everything. There was no appeals, and to mention, there was no from the previous Speaker's office, no charges against any DA member to our Rules and Ethics Committee. So I can't answer you on that because there was never a case like that before us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor van Linde. I'm going to go over to a vote. Could the administration please set up a vote for us on this item? Please, councillors, vote. The item will appear in front of you. Thank you. Can the administration see what the voting turned out to be?
Okay, 16 in favor, 7 not in favor, 0 abstentions.
So again, 16 in favor,
7
not in favor,
0 abstentions.
not 0 abstentions. So it means this item carried. Thank you, council. I move to the next item. 13.4 Municipal Public Accounts Committee. We don't have reports this time. 13.5 Municipal Bylaws and Policies. We don't have new ones here as well. Then I move to item number 14, Mini-MEC. We don't have reports on that either. I carry over to number 15, reports by the Office of the Municipal Manager. I give over to you, Mr. Du Plessis, for your items.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The first item is MM2 and is on page 131 and the recommendations are on page 132.
Thank you very much. Councillor van der Linde, you my first speaker on the item.
Sorry, Speaker, can the committee services please remove Councillor Heeman's, he take up the whole screen, his name. Thank you.
Councillor Gavin, we'll look at it. I don't see it from my side or committee services, so we will look into that. We don't have it on our side. Councillor van der Linde.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, mine is first one is on page 134, item 1907 MM4. I want to know why is this item still on the action sheet? It comes from a long time, and a similar item on page 147, item 2301 PDT1. I'm 100% sure on the previous resolution we did say the golf course on that impact study. The golf course must be removed, but under adverts, the golf course is still also appears on that impact study. So I just want to have clarity on that. Then on page 134 again, 2504 MM2, I did ask this a couple of times, and I would just want to know, do we still get a bill from Nelson Mandela Bay for the water usage? And what is the update on that case with them? Then on 145, item number 2109 PD10, I want please an update on, I know there's new developments on the Ashton Bay dwellers, what is happening there. And then on 147 2208 PDT11, what is happening with the handover of the Gama Road, St. Francis and Voltemare? And then Speaker, yeah, on page 151, it's 2403 PD 26 to 9, and there's others also later on in the action sheet. Why does this telephone towers take so long to be finalized? Because some of them are coming for a very long time, and what is the hold up on that cell phone towers? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor van der Linden. Councillor Heeman, you my next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Speaker, members of Council and Administration. Today I stand not only to pose questions, but to raise a deep concern around oversight, delivery, and administrative accountability. The decisions we take in this chamber are only as effective as the systems that follow through on them. Let me begin with the Patency Rectification project. There is 6 houses in Patency going to Director Lawrence. These homes was demolished. A contractor was appointed. That contractor went AWOL. The families are now left without shelter. Their furniture is standing in the open. I need to know what is going to be done from the side of Caucus municipality, as we need to provide some kind of a shelter, temporary shelter to these people while they wait for the houses to be built. Further than that, also to the director, the 98 wet ovens. I just want to know in terms of that one, what was the decision by the occupants I just need us to have a report. We visited all 98. 50 of those decided to take council up or on the offer to donate, and whatever the other statuses might be. I think we need a data report ASAP coming in. Just going to civil and water. The roads projects, we're just saying like it's a new phase coming into. Tenders were advertised. I just want to know what roads are being included here. If we can just get a snapshot of the roads being talked about here. Then in the last council meeting, I inquired, and this is going to the director of electrical, in terms of that rates, that 68 Rand 30 to 391. I've asked what is the financial impact on that, and I was promised that I will get a feedback in this next meeting. So I just want to know from the director how far that is, because I do see that there is an item saying that accounts has been sent out. And then also, yes, the terrace, I've done that one, oversight, resolution. Yes, and then I just want to know now, because our resolutions get lost, which we take in council. Not all resolutions are being accounted for. So I want to know if we can take a new format in terms of a new report. Maybe all council resolutions taken in this meeting should then appear in the next meeting. It's a standard item saying council resolutions for April. Then we have all those council resolutions captured. We can go back to previous council agendas and see exactly what is the resolutions, because not every resolution finds its way inside of the resolutions action sheet. So I would just like to make that proposal, if that will be accepted. Then on page number 135, it was a question that was raised by Councillor Zana, which was not answered by legal. So I need legal to answer the question. If a councillor appeals to the MEC, why doesn't the sanction get suspended?
Councillor, 20 seconds left.
I need that. I need the legal rep to answer that one for us. I think that's about it. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Iman. Councillor Zana, you're the next speaker on my item, on this item.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, perhaps mine is an appreciation to see that there's a lot of issues that are being done by departments in terms of implementing resolutions, and it's always good to see the progress of items that are appearing before us on council as a resolution. I just want to check, Speaker, on page 134 on the issue of the Pearls Rust Clinic. I see the issue is written as complete, and at this stage, in front of us as council, we don't know what that complete means. And on page 135, I think, I need a clarity on the case of, it's written there, it's 23/05 MM6, disciplinary hearing inquiry held by the Rules and Ethics Committee challenging Councillor Pumzile Oliphant. I see that the MEC has been served, or a state of organ has been taken to court. I just want to check where in our council resolutions did we take such a resolutions to challenge the MEC? Can I be clarified on that? And I think the lies that are being peddled by the chairperson of that committee, the Rules and Ethics, the very next one, they said that they've contacted the MEC with no assistance, but then they've got information there. That is that Councillor Peterson did indeed appeal. So why then the sanctions is being implemented while there's an appeal, and why is that being challenged when there's an appeal? So I'm asking Chairperson, those are my two things I wanted to ask. Then the very last one, perhaps, I'm covered by the potency on page 147. The next one is on page 149. The list of F300 in potency. What's the latest on that? And then the progress, I see that in page 152, that in terms of the roads upgrade, that on 14 April this month, 2025, there was going to be a tender was going to go out. But what's then the progress? Because the tender is out, what's then the next point? Why is the comments there silent on that one? Thank you very much, Chairperson. Those were the only things I wanted to raise. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Zana. Then my last speaker is Councillor Foley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm on page 140 and on the item dealing with grant in aid. The progress on the item speaks to the draft economic development strategy, which was completed, but it then states that the final draft of the grant in aid policy is still in progress. Just want to ask Speaker, am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you, Councillor Foley.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to ask if we can perhaps have a date when the final draft of the policy will be submitted to the Portfolio Committee for consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Foley. Emin, could I ask you to direct the questions to the relevant directors that can be able and legal to answer all these questions? Thank you.
Yes, Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, I think we're going to take it one by one. I'm going to give. I think we must start with Director Ramakwela. There's quite a lot of questions around his issues that he can clear that up. Then we can go on to the next director. Director Ramakwela.
Thank you, Emin. Good morning to everyone once again. Chairperson, the first question was from Councillor van der Linde regarding the golf course and its resolution. I was trying to get a copy of the resolution. The resolution did not exclude the golf course per se. I think it reads something like the whole big property be investigated for development. Now, this is not to say the golf course will be developed, but just to assess the feasibility in terms of what is possible on that portion. So it's not confirmation that there's intention to dispose. The item which served to council previously was requesting permission to dispose or explore the development of those other properties. And it was resolved that let's rather do a feasibility study for the property. And we thought it didn't explicitly exclude the F83873. With regards to the caravan park, we had a meeting with the director from Public Works, and he confirmed that from their side, it drop the ball, and now they are trying to reinstate the matter. We had a meeting with them, and they said they're going to take it up with their legal department because they have new officials. The officials were dealing with the matter previously have since left the department. So I think from their side, things started moving slow. But after the meeting, we sent them the documents, and they said they are relooking the matter and they will try to expedite it. He said he will give us feedback now beginning of May regarding the eviction of those people. With regards to the handover of Dagama Road, I would rather please through you if a response can come from Civil and Water, so I'm going to skip that one. Then with regards to telecommunication towers, Councillor, the main issue is that most of these guys do apply to lease the property, but they still need to do departures or get consent to have those telecommunication towers erected. And I think they are dropping the ball, that they are not coming back to us. We've communicated with several applicants who were granted permission by council to say, please urgently submit applications, and we're still waiting for them to submit applications for departure to get permission to have that infrastructure. The question from Councillor Human was regarding the 6 houses in Patency. Councillor, I agree. It's very, very disappointing. One of the issues that really bothers me a lot. We had appointed a contractor, a local contractor, and we were trying to move with speed. I even went to that community and I spoke to them, but then the appointed contractor they were just not delivering. They were moving very slow, and problem because we've demolished the structures. We then resolved to terminate their contract as reported previously. And we have since now engaged Department of Human Settlements, and they indicated that no, they will urgently take over the project because they're also getting questions from the MEC. So it's an urgent project. We had a meeting with them last week. We were discussing other stuff, and this matter was also discussed, and they committed to finalizing the appointment from their side using one of the contractors that are already working in Kocha in constructing the top structures. We have also made an application to the department for temporary structures because we are aware those are elderly people. We are waiting response from the department. They have assisted us previously in other areas, and we emphasized the agency of this one. So we will follow up on with the department and see if we can get something quickly. With regards to the 98 Wed Evan, yes, Councillor, we will be bringing a report to portfolio. We recently got comments from National Treasury. That is one of the things which was holding us back. We recently got them, and the item will be coming to portfolio and subsequently to Council. There is a question about F300. I'm not sure because there are two issues there, councillors, and I think there's an issue of the school, and there was an application for a small portion on that property. So we are waiting a proposal. There was a request that the applicant a proposal, so we for that. We can follow up with the applicant just to see how far they are with that. The tender for the roads, I think I missed you there. You just jumped to mention the tender for the roads. Assuming you are referring to Hanky 990, I'm not sure if that is the issue or the question. There was appointment to be made because it was divided into phases. There was phase 1, which was complete. Phase 2 is almost complete, and now we have to go for phase 3, where we couldn't proceed previously because the amount which was made available from human settlements was not sufficient. Now we are waiting for the finalization of a service level agreement in terms of that contract for top up for us to be able to implement the project. So we received that, we will be going out on tender, and we've signed it from our side. We're waiting for the department to sign from their side, and then we formally do the appointment if that is the project you are referring to. Thank you, Chairperson. Those were the questions for planning and development.
Thank you, Director Ramakwela. And I'm going to give over now to Director Charles de Kok for civil and infrastructure. He's got a couple of questions on the roads that he needs to answer. Charles, can you take Director de Kok? Can you continue?
Thank you, To the questions from Councillor van der Linde, the Nelson Mandela water bill. We do get monthly bills on the bulk meters and all our offtakes that we enjoy from the Churchill pipelines. That is monthly monitored by the Metro. Subsequently to that, we have also started a process by which we have requested access to their data, whilst we are also having monitoring take place on all these meters. Do we have a dispute? I want to say not a dispute, but there are differences in terms of what they bill us at and what our meters and show us on a monthly basis. I think it's a timing issue that is in process of being taken up with the Nelson Mandela Metro officials, upon which we will conclude on a way forward. So that is under our attention. The next was the progress on the Dagama Road handover. Not only Dagama Road, but there are a number of roads which we have requested to be deproclamated and to become the Kocha assets. The necessary motivation was submitted. There was many intervention and meetings that took place. The other aspect which we are also driving is a memorandum of understanding for us to, in the meantime, also request permission to do the necessary care and upgrades on these provincial roads. As some of these roads are main arteries in our towns, it is also necessary for us to take responsibility as far as we would allow. So that is in a MOU, and we've requested certain aspects to be attended to or permission to be granted. This process, however, needs to be followed up, and I've already requested that we see the responsible officials in Bishu. I'm waiting for a confirmation for that meeting to take place. Then Councillor Himon requested some feedback on the roads project. On the 24th, the final data set was presented by the consultants. We have taken that data set and we are in the process to finalize the specifications so that we can go out and start procuring. The estimate timeframes is that for the first phase, we ought to be on site, dealing with the first phase of projects so that we can show tremendous progress in that regard. In the meantime, we've also allocated a certain amount which we are doing within our service providers, and all over, I'm sure the councillors would have noticed the much attention that's being paid to the roads. Then Councillor Zana asked on page 152 the progress on the upgrade under the gravel roads. It is indeed so that the tender has been advertised on the 14th of May. The tender is going to be closed, 14th of May. The tender will close on the 14th of May, upon which the necessary service providers would be appointed so that the MIG funding on the first year for upgrade from gravel to tar can take place within the next financial year. I might have missed something. If so, please help me. Other than that, I think I've covered the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director de Kok. Then you can give over to the CFO. There's one or two questions there regarding grant and aid progress. CFO, over to you.
Thank you, Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, all. On the granting aid policy, I have indicated that all the economic development policies will be submitted to the policy workshop in the meeting subsequent to the economic development strategy being approved by Council. So we have concluded the public participation process on the economic development strategy. We have finalized our responses to the inputs, and the report is being prepared for the May Council. So as soon as that is approved or submitted to Council and considered, we will then submit to the policy workshop the economic development policies, and forms part of that. So it will be the policy workshop subsequent to the 31st of May. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO. Then I'd just like to give over to Director Theo Madat. There was one question on electricity, on the impact of certain electricity measures that need to be taken. Theo, can you answer to that, please?
Thank you, the question was on the incorrect rates that was incorrectly approved by NERSA, and subsequent to that, corrected in the last month. Those accounts are now sent out to the correct consumers. There was a commitment that I will come back with the financial impact for the municipality on that tariff. At this stage, we cannot really say, as my team is out in the field gathering information on all these consumers. It seems like a lot of these consumers are not on this tariff as well, which we're trying to rectify. So in due course, once that correction is made, I will respond with the corrected figures on this and the impact, the financial impact on this. Thank you,
Thank you, Director Madat. Then I'd just like to refer a question about the Aston Bay dwellers, that action there, just to our legal advisor, legal manager, Leanne. Can you just quickly just respond what's the latest with that issue?
Thank you, through you, Speaker. I think the Director Ramapuela did respond to the matter of the Ashton Bay Caravan Park. We have had a meeting, as he indicated, with the department, and they are taking up the matter again in terms of the active application for an eviction. So we are very positive, and we provided them with all the information that they required, and we will obviously follow up continuously on that matter to bring it to finalization. I think in the same breath, through you, and Speaker, I would like to respond to the question on the appeal, as well as the MM6 on page 135, as posted by Councillor Zana. The matter instituted against the MEC, Caucus, is an ongoing matter and it is reported in the confidential agenda under the litigation register. So I would prefer that we discuss the matter there. Regarding the delegated powers of the to institute legal matters, the council did grant the municipal manager delegated powers to institute litigious matters. So there's no need to come to council for approval for those matters, like the matter instituted against the MEC for Caucus. And then regarding the question on the appeal, Speaker, in respect of civil law, there is once the court has granted leave for appeal, all matters or orders stated in terms of a specific matter are obviously stayed. In this instance, we have not received any appeals from the office of the MEC, and in terms of legislation, any appeal received by the office should be reported or communicated to the office of the Speaker. But in these instances, we have not received. So I trust that the response is in order. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I think we've concluded with all the questions.
Thank you very much, and directors and Leanne. Are there any clarity questions? Councillor Zona, your question of clarity?
No, mine is to say perhaps the issue will then, as suggested by Ms. Opperman, that perhaps let's discuss it on confidential. So I'm for that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Zona. Don't see any other hands. Okay, these resolutions are for noting. There's no more clarity. I'm going to move to the next item. The next item is MM3. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The next item is on page 156. That is MM3, adoption of the Code of Ethical Leadership in Local Government, and the recommendations are on page 158.
Thank you, Councillor Himan, you might first speak on this item.
Almost I must get my camera on. Okay. Speaker, today we called not just to vote on a document, but to define the soul of Caucus municipality. The adoption of the Code of Ethical Leadership is more than a procedural item. It is an opportunity to carve a legacy based on values, not convenience, on service, not self-interest. In an era where public interest in leadership is tested daily, we must be exception. We must be example. Ethical leadership is no longer a theory, ideology. It is very foundation upon which the public trust us, service is being delivered, and development progress are being built. This code challenges us to rise above compliance. It demands of us leadership, defined integrity, professionalism, transparency, and an unshakable commitment to our communities. It reminds us that the true treasure of leadership is not where we sit, but how we serve. Not in the titles we hold, but in the trust we earn. Not in the promises we make, but in the values we live out when no one is watching. By adopting this code, we are sending a powerful message. The Caucus municipality is determined to lead with dignity. That public office is a place of honor, not entitlement. That our residents deserve leadership they can believe in, not leadership they must tolerate. We are not only setting standards for today, we are laying the foundations for the next generations of leadership in Caucus. Leadership that inspires confidence, invites investment, and brings real change to our communities. It is easy to demand ethical behavior from others. It is harder, but infinite more powerful to live it ourselves. I fully support the adoption of the ethical code leadership. I urge every councillor, regardless of affiliation, to support it too. Not for compliance sake, but because it defines the kind of leaders we aspire to be. In future, we are building for Caucus. Let us lead not because we are expected to, but because it is who we are. Speaker, in years to come,
1 minute, Councillor Himan left.
When future leaders look at this council, let them say, yes, that men and women who understood that real power lies in authority, but in its integrity. Let them say, Caucus choose the higher path, and may we each be proud that we have worked this path. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Himan. Councillor Zana, you my next speaker on the.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, perhaps such a document is long overdue, in particular to a environment that we are operating, which is a local government, a government that is closest to the people. And many times, I think many times we've chosen a party line over a decision, rather voting for a decision that will benefit the majority or our own conscience. But I think the mayor has also echoed that perhaps on the items that we must discuss today, no one should take a political grandstanding, but we should be very clear in terms of to say that let's discuss issues in the best interest of our own communities, which or constituencies that have elected us to serve them with pride and honor. Coming to this document in front of us, Madam Speaker, I am very in support of it, in particular to a section, Speaker, in page 187, where it speaks on issues of deals decisively with conflict of interest. There's an item there that speaks to conducting lifestyle audits. And I think such must happen not only for politicians in Koga, local government, because now we are adopting this document as our own, as ethical leadership, but also perhaps so that we check in terms of administration that we cascade these things, not only for political leadership to be the ones that will be ethical, but also administrative leadership to be also ethical in their conduct. But I'm very happy that I'm seeing this particular one, which is the lifestyle audit, and perhaps in Koga, it's something that is long overdue, that we should have a lifestyle audit of all of us as politicians, and also including the ones that are administrators. Then my last plea, perhaps once we've adopted, Madam Speaker, because I could not see it on the resolutions that were proposed, is that perhaps once we've adopted, maybe we should take this whole document with a circular that is attached just for us as councillors to be workshopped on it, because I think that's the last, so that we understand explicitly in terms of what is expected from us. Not that we don't know, but just perhaps that this document be the one that will guide us and perhaps be shared with us in terms of in the form of a workshop. So that's my take on this one, but we are in support of this as the African National Congress Caucus. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, councillors, for your positive feedback. Do I have any objections on this item? Councillor Benson, do you have an objection?
Our speaker, you missed my name as a speaker on the list. As work of council, I hope we don't just talk, we walk the talk, and we behave like they ask in this document as councillors. And then we, like Councillor Zana said, we live out these things and not behave as if we are not leaders. Ethical and disciplinary, we have to follow this document, or the things that is standing in this. We mustn't just talk, but we have to walk the talk. Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Benson. I did miss you as a speaker. Thank you for that comment. So I don't have any objections. If I don't have any objections, then I take council's happy with this, and this item carries. Thank you very much, council. And I will also ask that we get this to each councillor and PR councillor, so they're aware of this item. Thank you. Councillor Yali, I see your hand is up. Is there something you would like to ask?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, councillors indicated that it will be best for the whole document to be workshopped for all councillors. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Yali. I will also bring it up in our ward committee meeting when we have it, and we'll send it to everybody. Thank you for that comment. Thank you. Then I move to item number 16, reports by the Office of the Deputy Municipal Manager. Deputy Municipal Manager, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The item is report on liquor licenses received for the period between October 2024 and March 2025. The report is here for noting, and the resolution, the recommendation was on page 197. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, DMM. Councillor Zano, you speak on this item.
Chair, thank you very much. Mine is just a clarity in terms of the time frames, Madam Speaker. I think when Alderman Benson was still the Speaker, we had a resolution on this that perhaps we need to find a more workable way of dealing with this, because as the Deputy Municipal Manager is putting it to us, that it's from the period of 30 October last year, meaning that time might have lapsed in terms of dealing with these issues. It means that also because some of the extensions that have been given, you can see that we are on the 30th of April, the 4th month, meaning that those applicants, the process is way too long, but I don't know which mechanism can we make it more workable so that at least people that have applied, because the initial process starts with the committee meeting, a report that sends to council, and then by that time, the time frame that is given or by the Eastern Cape Liquor Board, it's not enough. But I think as from our side as COCA, we must be proactive and that we don't also perhaps contribute in delaying these applications. But I think I'm noting the applications, and I'm not perhaps against of anything, because I think really the time frame from last year to now, it's really too long. And maybe if the DMM is having a response to you, Madam Speaker, on what mechanism can perhaps be used to shorten this whole period. Not that we say COCA must be blue and white with liquor outlets, but at least to check how best can we make this period short at a public consultation purpose. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for your question. Councillor Oliphant, I will give you opportunity. You're not on my speakers list after all the questions being asked. Mayor Borman, you also a speaker on this item.
Thank you, Speaker. I think this is good progress from where we've been, and as Councillor Zana correctly said, Alderman Williams did a lot to make sure we streamline this process. I do want to just want council to note that this is not for approval. We are not approving anything. It's the liquor board's prerogative to approve liquor licenses. We simply note it as per the recommendations. And I do want to just ask ward councillors to make sure that when applications for liquor licenses come to your ward committees, that it is thoroughly discussed there, because I do think that's a very important platform that the liquor board looks at when they consider applications from organizations or businesses to operate. They do look at the ward committee minutes and ward committee discussions when they consider this. So I think that's a very important step in the process, and then we just the rest is just here for our noting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Emim, do you want to just give clarity on the timelines for us? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So yes, this is just for council to know, as the power of the liquor licenses was delegated to myself. So we will quarterly just bring the liquor licenses that has gone through my office, that's run through the committee, to council for noting. The time frame is simple. When we receive it, we send it out to the section departments. They have 5 days to comment. After the 5 days, within 2 days, the committee convenes, and we send it up to the liquor board for our comments. So we basically have a 7-day turnaround. I think it's been the quickest ever. So some of these applicants in this report, some of them have already received their liquor licenses. There's issues with a few. There's 2 disputes we that we have, and with some of them have, but that is more with internal issues with the owners of the establishments where they have rented. So our turnaround time is very quick, and all of this has already been disposed of. We will just report quarterly so that council can note and that we are transparent in that we have this is the comments, this is what we have done, and it has already been done. So it's already been done, it's finalized, it's been sent over to the liquor board. All communication has been done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy, for that clarity. Councillor Oliphant, do you have a clarity question on the questions that was asked?
Yes. Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to get information and guidance as to where does one submit a complaint against a ward councillor who's using that process to mobilize and actually influence the community not to support a application, because honestly, in my own view, it is not the role of a councillor. There's a test case currently with the liquor board on a applicant in Hanki Ward 9, right? I don't want to get into the merits of the case, but I just wanted to find out where else can such an objection or complaint against the councillor submitted to your office or to any other office. Just indicate, please give guidance.
Thank you, Councillor Oliphant. Yes, you can submit it to the Speaker's office, the complaints. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Pleasure. This item is for noting. Then I'm going to move to the next item. DMM 14. Deputy MM, I'm giving over to you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 240 is the restructuring of the mayoral committee and section 80 committees. The item starts on page 240 and the recommendations is on page 241 plus 242. Hereby table this item to council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. De Jager. Alderman Williams, you might first speak on this item.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'd just like to refer us to the recommendations in the item. We'll see recommendation 10.1 on page 241 makes mention that council notes the announcement of the mayoral committee as follows. Then you'll see on the next page, to page 242, 10.2, the recommendation says that council resolved to compose the section 80 committee. That's incorrect. Council needs to note the section 80 committee similar to the recommendation in 10.1, as it's the mayor's prerogative to appoint the section 80 committees and not council. So I propose that 10.2 be reworded to say that council notes the composition of the section 80 committees. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that question, Alderman Williams. Councillor Zana, you the next speaker on the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think I just want to comment on these ones and perhaps ask some clarities on the restructuring of the mayoral committee, as correctly said by the latter speaker, that it is indeed a prerogative of the executive mayor to do so, as the laws do allow for that. But I just want to check, Speaker, because in terms of the restructuring that is currently taking place, how much will it hit us or the ratepayers of Kouga in the pocket by having so many mayoral committee positions? Because how much will because I see that financially there's nothing that speaks to this, and I know that last time when the Democratic Alliance here in Kouga decided to change them, to reduce them, it was reduced. Now it's inflated. How much will these positions that DA is creating here in Kouga cost the ratepayers of the municipality. And is this any way by means trying also perhaps to reward any of the DA councillors amongst each other by these portions that are created? Because last time I checked, corporate and communication services was no longer there as a standalone directorate, but all were fused under the DMM. And now we have it back as a directorate on itself. So I just wanted to ask those clarity, Speaker. And as we are going to the second point on this one, Speaker, I'm going to ask for a caucus when we are dealing with the items in 10.2, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Zana. Honourable Mayor, you my next speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to give clarity on Councillor Zana's question. There's absolutely no financial implication, additional financial implications to what we've had. Everything remains the same. The portfolios remains exactly the same. It is worded as corporate and communication services, although it's there isn't a committee like that anymore. It falls under the office of the DMM. So the matters that they deal with, that committee deals with, is the old corporate and communication services portfolio, which are those still the same matters that they deal with, but the actual portfolio is probably called the Office of the DMM, is probably more correct. But yeah, so there's no additional members, there's no restructuring taking place. It's one member that is a new member who is coming in Councillor Nichols, that is replacing the Speaker, US Speaker, Speaker Maria, and then there's just a movement internally within portfolios by some of the other chairpersons. So there's no new additional members coming in and additional costs that the municipality need to cover. Speaker, then I would also like to ask that we just additionally that when we do caucus, now I agree with the caucus, I would also like that to be requested. But then if the ANC can just also confirm, we do now have an opportunity to change positions within these committees. The ones that we see here currently are mostly the current portfolios, as it were. But if Councillor Zana and his team feels need to change any representatives from the ANC, they are obviously welcome to do so now. And I think that's just the best time to do that. So when we do caucus, I think that would be great to just get clarity or confirmation from their side as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. I'm quickly going to ask Leanne on the question, Alderman Williams, and then I'll give to Councillor Heeman for a clarity question because he's not on my speakers list. So, and then we'll break for caucus. So, Ms. Leanne Opperman.
Thank you, Speaker. Just to respond to Alderman Williams' question, the recommendations as per the agenda is correct. Of the executive mayor, which is stated in 10.1.
Sorry, Speaker, we can't hear Mrs. Opperman.
Two councillors reminded of the provisions of Section 80 sub council. Apologies, Speaker. Okay. So in terms of resolution 10.1, that is in fact.
Speaker, it's breaking up a lot. We can't hear what Leanne is saying. If we can perhaps
apologies, the speaker's laptop is just some connectivity issues. I hope that I am audible.
It's better now.
Speaker, I'm not sure if I'm audible.
Yes, Ms. Opperman, you are audible and I can also. Please carry on.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. Apologies for the inconvenience. I hope that I'm audible now. Okay, so in terms of the recommendation under 10.1, that is correct. That is the prerogative of the executive mayor to appoint his mayoral committee. The recommendation under 10.2 is correct, and it is in line with the provisions of Section 80 of the Structures Act, which reads that if a municipal council has a executive mayor, it meaning the municipal council may appoint in terms of Section 79 committees of councillors to assist the executive committee or the executive mayor, which means council must appoint the actual members of the committees of the Section 80 committees. I hope that assists. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Opperman. Councillor Heman, do you have a clarity question?
Speaker, no, it was just in terms of the comfort break, because we've been running for 2 hours. So if you can just extend the caucus break that has been asked for to allow for the comfort break to take place in. Thank you. We've been tired. We've been 2 hours and 20 minutes. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, I'm going to ask committee members to just make us in breakout rooms in 10 minutes. Then we have a quick comfort break. Thank you.
Die comments amptelik by jou trek dan. Hoe maak ek dit werk? Pas so die jaring kom dan as dit kom hier.
Eugene, mute yourself.
Ja, ma'am, ek was muted, sorry.
Eugene, u was hier gemuted. Ik heb amper uw hele conversation gehoord.
Ek is bly Raadslid, miskien gaan jy 'n mooi speech maak uit my conversation. Sorry Raadslid.
All good and well.
Sien is baie filosofies vandag Raadslid.
Ag, ons probeer maar man, ons probeer maar. Kyk maar die boeke en so aan, kyk maar die quotations en so aan. Probeer maar man. Jy weet mos.
Die is pragtig Raadslid. Ek had maar weer Raadslid.
En die agenda is nog so lank, jong. Vader van genade. Maar ja, as onze dag ons wordt betaald, dus we kan niet klaar nie.
Reeds Raadslid, werk is werk.
Snap.
Okay, welcome everybody. Councillor Zana, do you want to have some feedback or comments coming back from Caucus?
Good afternoon once more, Madam Speaker. I thought we were going to start with the mayor. Madam Speaker, I think, we are in support with what the mayor is saying in terms of the changes to the Section 80 committees. And we would like to maybe not submit the names today in this council meeting, but after the council meeting, that we submit our committee members' names to you. But we are also going to perhaps be contesting the chairpersonship of those committees. That's where I'm going to end as Speaker. But when you allow me, Madam Speaker, I'm going to come back in and submit the names, propose the names that we are going to for the various committees. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Zana. Let's just deal with DMM 14. Yes, I'm happy that we submit the members of the committees later, 7 days, so that we receive them within 7 days after this meeting. So can we deal with this item first? I need a proposer and a seconder so we can vote on this item. Am I audible? I need a proposer and a seconder for this item. Councillor Gertenbach.
I will propose, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor van der Linde.
I will second it, Speaker.
Okay. Seeing that I don't have any objections, I take that this motion carries. Thank you very much. Then I'm moving to the next item, DMM 15. Deputy MM, could you please present this item?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's on page 244. Is the review of the composition of the Section 79 committees and Section 79A committee. The report starts on page 244 and the recommendations is on page 246 as well as 247. I table this item to Council, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Zana, you speak on this item, and I think this is the item that we also submit the committee members within 7 days. But you must first speak on this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think in terms of this Section 79A committee, Speaker, we will submit the names of our members. We are going to be making changes in terms of the participation in the committees, and we will submit those names to you within the 7 days that you are referring to. I'm not sure if you want me to move further than that, Speaker, to nominate the chairpersons or propose that.
Councillor Zana, you may propose the chair so long. Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. In terms of recommendation 10.1, for the Rules and Ethics Committee, we are raising the name of Councillor Nonzuko Nchota to be the one that will be the chairperson there. 10.1.2, that Councillor Yali be elected as chairperson of the Municipal Bylaws and Policy Committee. 10.1.3, that Councillor Vuyanizana be elected as the chairperson of Monitoring and Evaluation. And that 10.1.4, the last one for the MPEC, Councillor Pumzile Oliphant to be elected as chairperson of the Municipal Public Committee chair. That will then is our submission for the Section 79 committees. Thank you very much, Speaker. We will submit the other names of members within the 7 days period as prescribed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Zana. Those are your nominations that you propose for chairs. Do we have a second for all these names? Councillor Kolishani.
Thank you, Speaker.
Nizalani.
Thank you, Speaker. I seconded all the names. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Borman, you my next speaker on the item.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I concur with Councillor Zana in terms of the submission of the names after the meeting, that each party just submit the physical names of the members of the committees. As for the chairpersons, I would like to propose the following. For rules and ethics, I would like to propose Councillor van der Linde. For bylaws and policies, I would like to submit the name of Councillor Haystack. For monitoring and evaluation, I'd like to propose the name of Councillor Tludlu. And for impact, I would like to propose the name of Councillor van Niekerk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for those nominations. Do I have a seconder for this proposal? Councillor Jantjies.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I hereby second all the submitted names by the Executive Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing that we have two proposers, could we ask the administration to set up a vote for us? Thank you. Councillors, the first one is up. Please choose which proposal you're in favour with or abstain. Thank you very much.
Speaker, there's a breakage on my side. I've missed some of the proceedings.
Councillor Oliphant, we had the poll up to vote. Did you manage to vote?
I've missed that because of the signal, Speaker.
Okay. Could you indicate for us what your vote is in the writing box?
As I am saying, I've missed everything because of the signal, Speaker.
Councillor Oliphant, we have two proposals. We have from Councillor Zana proposals for the chairperson, and then from Honourable Mayor, we also had proposals for the chairpersons of the Section 79, and we were voting on that.
So those in support for Councillor Zana, yes.
Thank you. We will note that. Mayor Borman, you have a clarity question?
And not clarity, just procedural, Speaker. According to the rules of order, and this is again why we need an update of the rules of order very urgently, because according to the rules of order, if you're not in the council chamber when we start voting, then you are not allowed to vote. So and then here, if you're not in the meeting when we vote, then it's very difficult to know, or then to allow somebody to vote. But I'll stick to your ruling. I mean, I will. Yes, I think I'll support you in that ruling. But I think this just shows again that we desperately, urgently need an update on the rules of order. Thank you very much.
Is Councillor Borman, Speaker, challenging your ruling?
Councillor Oliphant, I haven't recognized you. I have ruled this way because we had loads of connectivity issues today, including myself. So I just want to see, is community services, corporate services, we have a number on the voting so far?
Okay, 8 in favor of Zana, 17 in favor of Borman, and 0 abstentions.
Okay, so am I correct? 8 in favor of the proposal of Councillor Zana 17 in favor of Councillor Borman's proposal, Mayor Borman, and 0 abstains. Is that correct? Thank you, members. So the council has chosen Mayor Borman's suggestions. The motion carry according to Mayor Borman, and the committee have, councillors have 7 days to submit their names for the additional members to the Speaker's office. Thank you, Councillor Zona. Any follow-up question before we move on?
Thank you, Speaker. Perhaps mine will be in line with what the mayor has raised, because now currently I have a question to ask how many councillors are currently in the meeting. There's 0 abstentions, and yet we are told that 17 has voted and 8, because I know that there are 8 ANC councillors involved. So really this creates a blurry line in terms of this virtual voting, Speaker, because it can really undermine, this whole process can be undermined just because of our rules, standing rules and order, which we asked in our last council meeting that let's update them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just to confirm that we have 23 councillors currently in council, and we have voted as well, 8 plus 17. Councillor Yanni, do you have a follow-up question quickly before we move on?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, just a quick question, man, and I wanted to be on record. It's directly stated to the our legal team. Is it constitutional or legally correct for the mayor to nominate the chairperson of MPEC, as he's not supposed to form part of the MPEC? Is it legally correct for him to nominate the chairperson of MPEC? Thank you very much. And I wish our legal team can respond on that on record. Thank you very much.
Council, I can ask Leanne Osperman to comment on that, but all councillors of council that we can nominate. Ms. Opperman, can you please just clarity on that?
Thank you, Speaker. Through you, Councillor Borman is a member of the council and has the privilege of making recommendations in council. He is not forming part of the impact, and that is prevented in terms of legislation. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillors, we're done with the item. I'm not sure why we're coming up with it. Councillor Oliphant, I'm going to give you a quick opportunity for clarity, then I'm moving to the next item.
Remain humble. Thank you very much. You're very progressive, Speaker. Speaker, I'm not sure if my maths is correct. You are saying what, 23 councillors on the platform, and then yet you are saying 17 voted in favor and 8 against, or vice versa. Now, that will bring us, Speaker, not to 23, that will bring us to 25 councillors. Can you just check on that one, please, Speaker?
Thank you, Councillor Oliphant. I have confirmed my numbers here. At the time of the voting, we were 26 councillors in the voting and 25 voted. And yours were on additional as not voting on the poll, but in person. I hope that clarifies. Okay, I am going to move to item number 17, matters dealt in terms of the delegation authority of the executive mayor. Number 18, reports by portfolio committee chairpersons. I'm going to give over to our honourable mayor for this items. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'd like to table, if you can just give me a second to get to the right page. I'd like to table the reports for finance and economic development, and it will be handled by Councillor Ruth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Speaker. The first item is FED 3. This is on page 251. And this is the annual funding proposal of the Humansdorp Museum Association. Recommendations are on page 254. I table the item, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Roof. My first speaker is Councillor Himan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise strongly to object to the proposal to allocate funding to the Humansdorp Museum. Let me be clear, this municipality has already extended sufficient support in terms of providing a premise for the museum to operate from, and I think it's free of charge. That itself is a substantial benefit. Yet despite this, the museum has failed to take the necessary steps to generate its own income or move towards any form of self-sustainability. This funding, which seeks not only annual support, but a commitment, a clear proof that the museum has no intention, no plan to become financial independent. Instead, it cements their reliance on the Caucus municipality and the ratepayers. We cannot and we must not turn the Caucus municipality into a bailout agency for organizations that fail to grow, adapt, and take responsibilities for their own future. Every rand we allocate to bailouts like these is a rand not spent on service delivery, infrastructure, housing, or real economic development that benefits our broader community. This council must send a clear message. Support from Caucus municipality is a catalyst, not a crutch. We will not support or sponsor permanent dependency. Therefore, I strongly urge council to reject the funding proposal that is currently in front of us. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Himan. Councillor Nizalani, you are my next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm covered about the comment that comes from Councillor Human. I'm covered, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I note all these objections, so we have to go for a vote on this item. I don't see other clarity questions. Mayor Borman, your hand is up.
Speaker, apologies for doing this again. Can I ask for a 5-minute caucus, please?
Committee service, could we please arrange a 5-minute caucus? Okay. Welcome back, everybody. I would like to give over to Honourable Mayor that called for the caucus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Yes, I'm equally as Councillor Riemann is worried. I'm equally worried about the amount of money that we are spending. I do want to just perhaps ask the CFO to elaborate. If I can ask a question, Speaker, and then make one additional proposal for an additional recommendation. My question to the CFO is just that if he can just expand or explain a little bit in terms of economic development, what are, in his view, what are we getting for this money? Because it is, we do want the funding that we give to institutions to provide something. Yes, they are improving an asset. Yes, I understand that. They are residing on an asset of ours and they're improving that, which makes sense to me. Then to give money, we would give money to our assets anyway. So, but just for him to explore that and then, or to just elaborate on that, please, Speaker. And then I would like to propose a 10.2. Perhaps I can, Speaker, if you'll allow, if I don't, if the CFO can answer, and then I'll make a proposal for 10.3, if it's okay with you.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Yes, I will give the CFO opportunity to comment, and then you're welcome to make a recommendation 10.3. CFO, if you would like to add to the Mayor's question.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I think it's very important to note the role that this association plays within Caucus. So basically oversee both the Shell Museum as well as the Humansdorp Museum. The association was established as the Humansdorp Museum Association, but they do oversee both. Now this does form part of heritage in terms of tourism. And if you look at the proposal and you look at the information that was provided in the proposal, it's very clear in terms of how they operate. They operate solely with volunteers, and that says a lot. So you have, I think it's about 8 people that forms part of them, that gives back to the community in terms of managing this without pay, right? They're indicating that what they're putting in place is driving more feet to the museums. They also indicate what programs they provide in terms of supporting the youth and the schools, inviting the schools over to showcase what heritage tourism and what the museum is all about. So I think they play a key role under heritage of Caucus, and you're basically not giving Humansdorp solely. It's basically between the Shell Museum as well as the Humansdorp Museum that we are supporting. So from a tourism perspective, when tourists do come, that is one of the key areas that certain niche markets look for within the tourism industry. But Speaker, I would request that Council looks through the proposal. It's quite a detailed proposal that was submitted in terms of their plans going forward, their strategy going forward, and how they do want to improve the operations going forward. So yes, the contribution that was made previously was linked directly to the asset that they are now based in, which is a municipal asset, and improving and fixing that asset. So that was actually to improve the asset and the value to the municipality, not specifically to the museum. This is now to assist in terms of operations going forward. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO, for that clarity. Mayor Borman, you would like to make a recommendation, or if there's any follow-up questions?
Yes, can I propose a 10.3, Speaker, that reads something in the line of that the museum organization come up with a feasibility plan or a plan to fund a funding plan to fund themselves and to become self-sustainable within the next 3 years, and that they submit that as part of their plan for next year. Because as Councillor Iman also stated, I am worried that we keep spending money and money and money, and not a big enough effort is being made in becoming self-sustainable. So while I acknowledge, as the CFO has said, that they are doing a good job, and I was recently in the Shell Museum, for example, here in Jeffreys Bay, and it really is amazing to be there, and I think it has a massive educational and aspect to it, and apart from even from tourism, and it is a valuable asset that we do have. But we would obviously like for our two museums to run as independently and self-sustainably as possible. So if I can just ask that we add that recommendation 10.3. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Just for committee services, that the museum submit a feasibility plan that show that they can become self-sustaining in the future. 10.3. Councillor Nizalani, your hand is up. Are you seconding this proposal?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm not seconding this proposal. My concern is that I heard what the CFO said, but as a councillor here in Humansdorp, he talk about schools, and I don't think they are schools. They know where is situated this museum, because it was situated near the magistrate court, and also no, I was not inside there to look how does it is and where is it. So it is familiar to me. I need that this must be clarified to me so that our community can also be part of this museum that is allocated here in Humansdorp. I don't know where in Humansdorp, so I need to know where is it so that I can also to make a monitoring on it, to check how is it look. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. It's in Voortrekker Street, but I'll also, after the meeting, send you the directions, then you're aware where the museum is. Councillor Glulu, your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a clarity question for me. With the mayor's input for 10.3, 10.1 then becomes quite confusing, because it simply means we are continuing with the 300,000, and we are also guaranteeing a 5% for the 2026-2027 financial year. So perhaps my input would be maybe that the 10.1 be only for the 2025-2026 year, and that no further increase be approved by today until such time that 10.3 is activated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bowman.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Councillor Glulu is 100% correct. I omitted to remove the outer years. I propose that we remove the outer years in 10.1, and that we then add 10.3, that next year in their submission for funding, that they also submit a sustainability plan from a finance point of view. Thank you. I so move.
Thank you, Mayor. So you recommend that 10.1 stops at 2025-2026 financial year, so that last bit must fall away, and then it must be added to the outer years 10.3 2026-27 financial year. Am I correct? Do I understand it correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Councillor Roof, your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. We just need to be clear on the dates there. The first allocation is for 24-25 for the year that we're currently in. That's how the item is reading. 24-25 and then with a 5% increase. So it should stop at 24-25. That's how I'm reading it. Thanks, Speaker.
Councillor Himan, you also have a clarity question.
Thank you, Speaker. I like this. I like this. It's called progressive debate, and I like what we are coming to in the item. Previously I said that I'm not in support of the item. But with the recommendations that was just tabled here, I would support the item to give them a chance of 1 year being dependent on the municipality and getting their ducks in a row. They might need further financial support, but that will come in terms of that feasibility study. I would then recommend that we do add 10.4 in line of what has been suggested by Councillor James, so that they further, as the museum, explore as to how they can accompany underprivileged communities. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Zuma, for that. Oh, Himan, for that 10.4. I've just had clarity from the clerks here. It is correct. It's only for this financial year, and then all the outer years is 2025, 2026, 26, 27. That must come with feasibility to be self-sustained in the recommendation. Councillor Gluglu, your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. I wish to support the recommendation as proposed by Councillor Bondman. That means 10.1, 10.2, 10.3 as amended, but not 10.4, Speaker, because then it binds the museum in terms of fundraising on their own, restrictions that they must provide free and what's not. That would be unfair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gluglu. Mayor Borman, your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Apologies for back and forth now with this. I think we're dragging it out too long, but just for me to be 100% clear on what I proposed, I as Councillor Ruth correctly said, 10.1, that the full stop be included after 24-25 full stop, and the rest of that recommendation be removed. And then 10.3, I suggested that we say that a financial sustainability report be done, or financial sustainability plan be presented with their funding application for the new financial year. And yeah, so that was my proposals. Thank you very much. I just wanted to be 100% sure that we correctly captured.
Thank you, Mayor Borman, for that clarity. So it's exactly like the committee services advised the site. You've just confirmed that then the outer years goes into 10.3. So I'm sitting with two proposals at the moment, with Mayor Borman with 10.3 and then Councillor Himan with an added one, 10.4. I need people to propose. Councillor Ruth, your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Just in terms of the writing of 10.4, perhaps the museum has to just indicate to us how they do serve, because they definitely do serve more disadvantaged communities and students. So just to give us numbers and the processes that they apply to that, because I think there was someone who opposed the 10.4. So I think we could perhaps get a full agreement of everyone if we just word 10.4 correctly. Thanks.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Ruth. Councillor van der Linde.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second what the Mayor proposed.
Thank you. Councillor Willifant.
Speaker, if you look on the two proposals, there's no fundamental difference between the two. And because, initially, if you look at it, the whole body shape of the recommendations has actually tilted because of the proposal made by or input made by Councillor Human. Now, the mayor comes back and agrees fundamentally there is an agreement. Now, I don't see a fundamental impact which is going to make if the additional recommendation 10.4 is actually carried, because honestly, we must not play with semantics here. The point is, are we trying to test our power, or are we just honest in our proposals? And lastly, I wanted to come to the point that I think it should be equally reflected to the museum that it's time that they digitize what they have, so that
10 seconds.
Oh, I'm just saying the municipality or the council must equally encourage the museum to digitize, in fact, its own apparatus or equipment that it has, which is attracting the communities. That is all I wanted to say. But fundamentally, let's stand with what is being proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Roof, you have a clarity question?
Old hand speaker, sorry.
Councillor Himan, your hand is up. I'm still looking for a seconder for your proposal.
No, I'm just trying to be progressive because it does seem
I second that, Speaker. I second that.
Okay. Speaker, you still there?
Thank you, Councillor Himan. Councillor Oliphant, what was it you that was shouting out there for the seconder?
Yes, I'm saying, not shouting. I'm saying I second that.
Okay, noted. Thank you very much. So we have two recommendations and both are proposed and second.
Councillor Human. So it's wrong to say it was not seconded.
So could I ask community services to put both polls up so we can go to a vote on both proposals? Thank you. Councillors, the poll is up. Please cast your vote.
Speaker, apologies. Speaker, I know it's within the vote, but the voting is incorrect, because I, for instance, in support of what Councillor Borman raised, and I'm in support of my own recommendations, but I have a choice between the two. So the what do you all call it, that poll, it's incorrect. Either it must be done separately. Yeah, I think so. Maybe like that. Speaker, are you there? Speaker?
Can we just finish the voting, then I'll explain, please. We're in voting.
Speaker, just for clarity, I didn't vote because of the same reason as Councillor Human. So I'm not sure if you're waiting for votes to come in, but I didn't vote because of that.
Thank you for that. I'm going to ask community service committee service to put the poll up in a little bit more clarity on the voting.
Speaker, can I make a proposal?
Mayor, just a second. I'm quickly going to ask our legal to explain the process quickly.
Speaker, I need your attention, please.
Yes, Alderman Benson.
I think there's uncertainty. There's three hands, and before you put up the poll again, I think there need some clarity, or maybe some explanation, because the mayor, Council Shina, and Council Human hands is up, and I think just give them a chance to talk before you put up the poll again. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Benson. There's so much confusion. We're going to withdraw the poll at the moment. Mayor Borman, would you like to add something?
Thank you, Speaker. I think it's very clear that the proposal that I made was supported by everybody. And there was no one that said that they're against the proposal that I made, and was seconded, I think, by Councillor Lulu. I think the vote is on the proposal by Councillor Human of 10.4, and that is whether we're supporting the 10.4 proposal or not, and that's what the vote should be. Unless Councillor Human, who said that he supports, or somebody else say that they're against this, those first three recommendations. So I think that's what the vote should be about, is whether we accept 10.4 or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ruth, your hand is up.
Speaker, from what I understand, I don't believe we need a vote at all. I think Councillor Himan said he was prepared to support the 10.3 with his addition, and I think his addition expands on 10.3 by requesting that there is information that then comes back from the museum on how they propose, or perhaps how they even currently involve disadvantaged communities. So I don't think we even need a vote, but obviously Councillor Himan needs to respond to that.
Councillor Ruth, can you just repeat? I've lost signal. Could you please repeat what you were saying, please?
Speaker, my understanding was that Councillor Himan was prepared to support Mayor in 10.3, as well as including his 10.4, which expanded on the information that will be presented to us in a feasibility of sustainability of the museum. And it expands on 10.3 by requesting that there's information on how the museum intends or currently does involve or extend itself to disadvantaged communities. So it's simply saying within the information we get back, we would also like to see how the less affluent communities are able to access the museum, and how the museum works on making that possible. So I don't think a vote is necessary because I believe we do have agreement here.
Thank you, Councillor, for your submission. Councillor Heman, quickly comments.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm in total agreement with what is being raised now by Councillor Roof. There's no opposition. We are in agreement, and it might be the wording of 10.4, but I think she's Englishing it quite good, and the way she's putting it. So I just think we should. I propose CF second it. I don't think they have a problem maybe to second it like that as CF amended it, and then the item carries. I think it's as simple as that. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Willifant, your hand is up as well.
No, Speaker, I am covered with the progressive input by Councillor Ruth, and but we must equally, Speaker, say on a lighter note, Councillor Bowman in fact stole the input of Councillor Human. That was not originally from him; it was from Councillor Human. But let 10.4 stand as is. Thank you very much.
Councillors, to make this easier, do I have any objections on the proposals that were made?
Yeah.
So, Councillor Alexander?
Speaker, good afternoon. Speaker, from what I understand, you said we are all in agreement. It's just the proposal that we need to agree on, and the wording needs to be correct. Then I don't think there's any objection. Thank you.
Councillor Willifant, your hand is up.
No objection, Speaker. Let's move. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we move. I don't have any objections as amended recommendations. We don't need to vote on it. We're all in agreement. Thank you. Then this motion carries. Mayor, over to you for FED 4.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Ruth is still on the floor. Thank you.
Speaker, may I continue?
Yes, you may continue, Councillor Ruth.
Thank you. We're on FED 4, page 278. This is the closeout report for the 2024 J-Bay Summer Fun Events. The recommendations are on page 281, and I table the item, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ruth. My first speaker is Councillor Heman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Public money is not monopoly money. It is trusted in the hands by every resident. When we spend, we owe them the highest standards of honesty, accountability, and impact. I would like to raise serious concerns regarding the 2024 J-Bay Summer Fun events. Firstly, while the report praises a budget saving of nearly 400,000 rand, it is concerning that the original 800,000 budget appears deliberately inflated. If the event could be delivered successfully with just over 400,000, why was double the amount budget for and approved? Were the supplier questions obtained to justify the original budget, or was it simply just a thumb suck? Secondly, on the benefication of the local economy, the report claims 75 local businesses and artists participated. However, no breakdown of who they were, what services they delivered, or what remuneration they received has been provided. I request that a full list of beneficiaries be submitted to council, including amounts that was paid. Thirdly, regarding job creation, while 315 man days were created, no details of remuneration were provided. Based on reasonable estimates, daily wages may have been some as low as 400 rand. Total rand value paid to workers that is not submitted, average remuneration per day, number of days individuals were employed, because we're talking about employment here. Finally, regarding sponsorship, only 53,000 rand were secured against 400,000, barely at 13% contribution that is now in sponsorship outside of the municipality. Why were not more businesses approached? How many declined, and what was the reasons? Speaker, if we are to sponsor events with public funds, the impact on the local economy must be real, measurable, and visible. We cannot allow reports that create the illusion of success without deeper scrutiny. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Iman. May I give over to the CFO to give some clarity on the questions?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the questions raised by the council in terms of businesses, which businesses, that information was not requested and was never required before in terms of stipulating each business for each day. Then when it comes to the workers, that's not a requirement in terms of them listing who benefit in terms of the workers employed, which will require each business to submit each employee that was part of the event, and then obviously disclosing how much has been paid. We have laws and regulations in the country that dictates and determines the lowest wages, a minimum wage that needs to be paid, and obviously businesses need to comply accordingly. But we are in the process of developing a standard template for all events, so that we standardize the type of information that is reported, which will then be forwarded to council. So at this point, there's no standard template, and each event organizer submits in their own format. So by standardizing that, we'll definitely take all the inputs into account, and then obviously incorporate it into a template. But information of that nature can obviously be difficult for an event organizer to pull into a report. But if council feels that is necessary, then obviously we'll make every attempt to get as much information as possible when they submit their report. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO, for that clarity. Any follow-up questions before we note this report? I don't see any hands, so we note this report. Thank you, Councillor Ruth, back to you.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm on page 298, FED 5. It's the closeout report for the 2024 Calamari Festival and a 3-year sponsorship proposal. The recommendations are on page 302. I table the item, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Iman, you're the first speaker on this item.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I categorically oppose and reject the proposal for the continued and increased sponsorship of the Kalahari Festival. This rejection is based on the following undeniable facts. No demonstration of economic benefit, and I think the CFO tried to explain now in terms of templates. But despite significant financial outlay, the organizer had failed to provide concrete evidence such as audited business turnover reports, verified occupancy rates, or credible independent economic assessments. Short-term versus low-value employment, the events creates temporary low-wage employment lasting just a mere days. There is no sustainable job creation, no skills development, and no lasting empowerment for the community. Wasteful escalation of costs. The proposed 750,000 rand for 2025 is nearly four-fold increase from the previous 200,000 rand. It's not only unjustifiable, but borders on financial irresponsibility, no proper business case, no measurable return on income. Misallocation of municipal resources. Public funds must be spent where they truly uplift the community in education, infrastructure, safety, and genuine economic development. Failure to address prior criticism, previous concern raised by local business, civil society, and community leaders about the benefit of this event has been summarily ignored. Instead, council is now being asked to approve for even a larger amount. In conclusion, the 2024 Kalahari Festival has failed in its economic, social, and development goals. To approve the sponsor will be a betrayal of public trust in duty to the people who we are elected to serve. I therefore reject the 2024 close-up report with the free sponsor proposal outright, and I call on all responsible councillors to do the same. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Boorman, you my next speaker on the item.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, Councillor Iman talks about responsible councillors. Responsible councillors are councillors that puts the interest of the residents first, that puts interest of the growing economy and job creation first. If we do not have events, our economy stagnates. If we do not have events like such as this, where money from outside our municipality comes into the municipality, into businesses, that many of them just survives and able to pay salaries in order for them to make it through the year. If we do not have events like this, those businesses will close down and jobs will be lost. So if we do not support events like such as this, we will not enable our local businesses to operate and to survive throughout the year, which means, again, that people will not have a better life. So responsible councillors in this council will vote for items that stimulate growth in our economy and create jobs. So therefore, I support this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Boorman. I'm not sure if CFO of MM wants to comment.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I don't think I need to comment after the mayor. Obviously, economic development is key, and one of the initiatives that drives economic growth within our area and sustainability is events. And I think the mayor has covered it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have to vote on the item. Can I ask the administration to prepare a poll for us so we can vote in favour or not in favour for the recommendations? Councillors, the proposal is in front of you. Please vote. Administration, do you have the results ready for me?
16 in favor, 9 not in favor, 0 abstentions.
Okay, do I have it correct? 16 in favour of the proposals and recommendations, 9 not in favour and 0 abstaining. Thank you very much. It means the item carries. Thank you very much, Councillor Ruth, for your next item.
Thank you, Speaker. Page 311 is the closeout report for the 2024 Yellowwoods Jazz Festival with the recommendations on page 316. I table the item.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zono, you my first speaker on the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, perhaps this one is I don't know if I were to use a English word to say, it leaves one with a bittersweet taste of what really took place. But I see the recommendation says, Speaker, I'll just quickly put on my minutes, that the Council 10.2, that's on page 316, that Council do not fund the Yellowwoods Jazz Festival in the current format due to the event being considered financially unsustainable. I want us perhaps to speak to this. When public funds were used to fund this particular festival, was this recommendation not looked into? Because one, I'm not saying that we should come up with a feasibility study, but surely during the planning, this could have been picked up, that we are now told that it will not be funded, because read what 10.3 is saying, that council will consider any other event in the Gambus area that meets the event compliance criteria and that is financially viable. So I don't understand then when such recommendations are made, how could this not have been picked up earlier on? It brings me to the next question that I asked myself, whether was this a festival a value for money for us? And I have a definite no. The festival was not cost effective due to excessive overspending. There's a 1.7 million versus a 500,000 budget that we've given for this festival. There's the tickets were not, there's poor revenue generation. There was minimal ticket sales. And what pained me most about this, there was unresolved debts to service provider. Yes, the vibe, there was a community vibe in Henki. There were jobs created for the people. In terms of the planning of the event, I must take it, Madam Speaker, to say that everything was planned professionally. But now the implementation of this whole thing, we were found wanting. And it will be said that the municipality will not fund this, but maybe it should go out, Madam Speaker, to say that when we have festivals of this nature, people cannot, the organizers cannot rely 100% on municipal funding for this, because this festival, when it was hosted in 2008 and the years before, Vodacom and other sponsors were involved. So my plea to this, I see the recommendations, and I'm not in support of those recommendations, because I don't know when will we ever have a festival that will accommodate every person here, but organizers of such festivals must be encouraged also to look for funding elsewhere, because the municipality is already funding a plethora of festivals across Caucus, in particular in the coastal belt of this municipality. So taking this flagship project, a festival from Hengi will be very
30
disastrous
seconds,
for
Councillor.
us. So what I'm appealing, Madam Speaker, is that let's reconsider that organizers must have their own funding when they are coming to get funding from the municipality, and not solemnly depend on the municipal one. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Zarnan. Councillor Himan, you're the next speaker on my list.
Thank you. Let me just quickly, sorry today. Okay. Thank you, Speaker, once again. Speaker, today I speak not as a councillor, but as a proud child of Caucus, as someone whose heart beats with the music, the culture, and the spirit of our people. The Yellowwoods Festival was never just about music, it was about pride. It was about giving the Gam to its value as set by Councillor Zana, and not only just coastal, and all the Caucus in event that would point and say, this is ours, this is who we are. Yes, 2024 showed us where we went wrong, but it showed us the hunger that lives in the heart of our people, the hunger of belonging, celebration, for a platform where local artists can stand tall and say, look at me, I'm from there. Council, we must not turn our backs now. In agreement, we cannot just desert the project. I'm asking you, let's go back to the drawing board. Let's rebuild the Yellowwoods Jazz Festival with heart, with soul, with pride that our ancestors would expect from us. I propose, and I would like to propose the following, that we create a festival forum made up of our own, our artists, our organizers, and our tourism people. People who know these streets, who know these fields, who knows the music of Caucus sounds alike. Let us fund, and the CFO will come in here. Let us fund and give this committee members maybe a stipend over 12 months period. Let us keep the festival for 1 year, and let us plan to bring the Jazz Festival back to the years of 2008 that Councillor Zana referred to. This is more than just an event. This is about dignity, about giving our children, our musicians, our small business a reason to dream again. This is our moment to make right. Speaker, honorable councillors, Caucus is ready. Our people are ready. All we know now is for council to be ready too. Let's work this road together. Let's rebuild it together. Let's bring it home. Because when the music plays again in Yellowwoods, it must be the heartbeat of Caucus that the world hears. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Iman. Mayor Borman, you my next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Speaker. It's interesting. I think Councillor Iman has either employed a speechwriter or he's employed a good speechwriter today. Speaker, the Yellowwoods Festival, unfortunately, is that we saw was not successful. And as all events, as with the one that we just discussed previously, once it has happened, we get a report and we then decide whether we should support moving forward. If they do not if they aren't successful in terms of at least making money and become sustainable, then it's very hard to fund them again. I don't think we will ever be at a place where we say no to events, as we did say yes to this one as well. However, the municipality do not arrange events. We have never we have not over the last 4 or 5 years arranged events ourselves, and we are not an events organizing company. We are a municipality delivering services to our residents and stimulating the economy. That's what our mission is, and that's what we need to do. If anybody comes to the table and makes a presentation and say that they would like to have a festival in Yellowwoods, the same process would follow as all events do. It would come to council, it would go to the portfolio committee, it would come to council, we would then discuss and approve or not approve funding for such an event. I would be very favorable for any event in Yellowwoods that we have in future. However, we cannot say, yes, we will have this event again, because the organizers of this event does not want to have the event again. Therefore, the recommendation 10.2 is there, which say the council do not support the Yellowwoods Jazz Festival in its current format due to being considered financially unsustainable, and perhaps also there due to the fact that they don't want to have another event. The Gamtus Tourism does not want to arrange another Yellowwoods Jazz Festival. So we cannot force anybody to have a Yellowwoods Jazz Festival if there's not somebody that has put up their hand. So therefore we cannot force that. It would be a sad day to see that we don't have it again this year or next year. And should somebody come forward, I would gladly support us giving funding and support from the municipality side for such an event. I do want to perhaps just recommend that 10.3 actually is saying what I just said. It's supposed to say that council will consider any other event. I think the fact that it meets compliance criteria and so forth is obvious. They need to go to the events committee and so forth. And that's basically just saying we will support any event. This event will not happen again, as the Gamtus Tourism organization isn't having events anymore. So that's basically the point of the item. And therefore I support the item, although I also support events in the Gamtus Valley that we should consider having and should perhaps make bigger effort to get events organizers to move to the Gamtus Valley as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to confirm, 10.3 does read that council will consider any other events in the Gamtus area that meets the event compliance criteria and that it is financially viable. Thank you. CFO, would you like to add any comments?
Speaker, no, I don't need to. Thank you.
Could I ask administration, so we have to vote on this item, to put up the poll for us?
Speaker, I think the item is just for noting. It's just for noting it was a closeout report.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Roof, you on the floor.
If we needed to vote again, I think we are in agreement with what Councillor Himon put forward in that 10.3 does say that anyone can bring a proposal in the future. So I think it does cover what, in a way, a portion of what Councillor Himon raised. So I think we are in agreement if we had to vote.
Councillor Himon, are you in favour of the recommendations as it is, or would you like to add something?
No, remember that this was just a report for noting, so we're not going over to voting and things like that. I think the mayor has made it clear that proposals can still be forthcoming. It can be a different organization coming with the Yellowwoods Jazz Festival. So obviously council will look at it, will consider it, depending on financial viability. So I think that is clear. I just wanted, because the comments did look cracks as if we are not looking into the gum tools again for events, but that has been cleared. I am quite clear on what has been said, so I'm happy. So the item is for noted, and I've noted it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then there's no objections and we will carry on. Thank you very much, Councillor Roof. Back for FED 16.
Thank you, Speaker. FED 16 is on page 323. It's the Supply Chain Management Report. It's the disposal management of slow-moving stock, redundant stock, and damaged stock items. Recommendations on page 326, and I table the item, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Roof. I have Councillor Nzolani as the first speaker.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think I'm not in support in this recommendation. Yeah, that's the only thing that I can say. Thank you very much.
Seeing that we have objections on this item, then we have to go for voting on this item. I don't have any other speakers on this item. Councillor Imam, we're busy preparing a poll to vote for this item.
I don't think I was talking about voting.
Could I ask the administration if they have the results yet?
17 in favour, 7 not in favour, 0 abstention.
Okay, do I have it correct? 17 in favour of the recommendation, 7 not in favour, and 0 abstain. Is that correct? So it means this item carries. Thank you very much, Council. Councillor Roof, we can move to the next item, FED 17.
Thank you, Speaker. FED 17 is on page 327. It's a supply chain management report. It's the quarterly implementation report for the third term of the 24-25 financial year, ending on the 31st of March 2025. Recommendations are on page 328. I table the item, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Roof. Councillor Himan, you're my first speaker on this item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, I just want to take our attention to the deviations of almost 16 million rand. I'm quite concerned about deviations. March alone accounted for 11.5 million. So that is a problem. It's a huge item. There was almost 7 million on one item being spent on a deviation, which is taking away the normal supply chain procedures of procurement. So I'm very much worried in terms of deviations. Speaker, deviations are not a lifestyle. They're not a shortcut to avoid procurement rules. Yet, supply chain management has turned the exception into a routine, normalizing what should be the ultimate last resort. And what is the result? Local contractors being excluded, sorry workmanship, critical projects be delayed while Caucus own skilled workers sit at home. This is not incompetency anymore. This is the sabotage of the Caucus local municipality. Speaker, supply chain management hide behind capacity building, training after training, meeting after meeting, yet no one is being held responsible. Decisions are taken and service delivery collapses while officials attend workshops instead of doing their jobs. Therefore, I demand here and now an immediate written plan detailing on how supply chain management will build a functional fully operation budget committee with proper chairpersons and alternatives. A memorandum of urgent deviations until corrective measurements are put in place. A procurement preference framework that actively prioritizes.
Councillor Himan, 1 minute left.
But in hard action, that accounting officer holds those responsible that measures personally accountability, including installation consequent management. Speaker, enough is enough. We cannot talk about building a thriving fair Caucus, but yet supply chain manage operate the way that they are operating. Council must act now with no sympathy. Deviations cannot be the order of the day. It must be an emergency and it must be regarded as such. Speaker, today we must draw the line in the sand. No more hiding, no more shortcuts, no more stolen opportunities. We demand accountability. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Borman, you're my next speaker on the item.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, deviations is not illegal. You are allowed to make deviations, and there's very clear guidelines as to how deviations is to be made in the MFMA. And we got a clean audit with deviations because deviations is a legal process. There's processes to follow when you want to deviate from certain processes. So if Councillor Himan wants to make nice speeches in council today, he's welcome to do that. But if he wants to really make a difference, then he must point to specifics and ask specific questions on specific items in these deviations that he's concerned about, not say this and that is not right. And we all know and agree with what he just said. There's deviations isn't the norm in this municipality. In fact, if you look at the deviations that we had a few years ago versus the number of deviations that we have currently, way less than what we used to.
Mayor, hold on a second. Councillor Oliphant, what is your point of order?
Is the mayor always waiting to attack whenever Councillor Human is coming with a point? Why is the mayor not coming with his own point? Rule 32 relevance. Rule 32 relevance. The mayor must come with his own input. Every time you give him, he counteracts what the opposition parties are coming up with. Why is he not sponsoring his own views?
Councillor, I overrule you. Mayor, please continue.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The rules are clear that I have I have an opportunity to respond to any questions that have been asked, and on any point in the agenda. The fact is, we can play nice politics with this and make nice political speeches, but when it comes to actual questions on actual items, there's not really any valuable input. So I don't mind any inputs. I would in fact welcome them, but then make those specific points and ask specific questions on the deviations if there's anything concerning to council, because that is what we're here for, to play proper oversight and not to make political speeches. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Councillor Zana, you my next speaker on the item.
Oh, my hand was really up for that. Maybe you should remind the mayor that this is a political council, and no one is right in what is this. You should make political speeches or not. Madam Speaker, perhaps mine is also on the issue of deviations. And deviations, as I understand them, and also by our supply chain policy, are allowed, and there's nothing wrong with that. But we have a right as councillors to raise concerns when we see that deviations are becoming a norm of implementing projects or things in Caucus. That's what the bone of contention is. A deviation here without an explanation. I just want to refer to the correct page. It was the mayor wants pages. In March, there's an 11.6 million, page 341. There's no justification of that deviation, because once you deviate and make your lack of planning an emergency, that's poor planning from your side. So I really want to be clarified for what was that deviation to that tune, because in March alone, the deviations amounted to almost 16 million. So we have a right to ask these things. There's a lot of deviations that have taken place. In February, it was 2.2. In March, it was 11 million. And then in January, it was 2 million. So we really needed a breakdown for what was these deviations, Madam Speaker. Because the other point I wanted to come to, because for example, in page 330 to 331, the bid committee failed to meet. There are 8 council meetings that they cancelled. That's on page 331. Why is there no backup? Because it means that if they can't sit at this important meeting because the chairperson is absent, why is there not a backup? Because if there can be 8 council meetings, really, how is service still going to happen? How are these tenders going to be awarded if there are so many meetings that are going to be cancelled? Those are the issues that perhaps I'm referring to. Then, Chairperson, I wanted a clarity also on page 341 on I see that in council, when we talk our own native language, we are not allowed to continue. But there's a foreign a language interpreter that was services were procured, and yet in our own council these are not able to happen. So I want to check for what was that particular amount used for, because there are no explanations to that. And I'll really love the deviation of that 11 million in March for me and my caucus be explained to why did we go deviation to that amount. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. That's the end of my speakers. Councillor Roof, I'm not sure if you're going to answer questions or the CFO.
Speaker, if I may, before the CFO answers, just a caution that the detail of the deviations appears in confidential council agenda. So we're sort of treading a fine line here with the discussion here, where the detail is actually regarding March is in our current confidential agenda, and January and February would have been in previous council. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. And then I'm going to further give over to the CFO before I take clarity questions. Human, I see your hand, but we'll take it after CFO has spoken. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, just to, there was comments in terms of nothing's working in supply chain, which I don't know if I must take offense to that or, but the comments is so far from what's currently there, because you'd never get a clean audit if processes weren't in place, right? There wasn't a single finding in supply chain in the 22-23 23-24 financial year. And that's not from us, that's from the Auditor General. So structures, processes, all that is in place. We do follow the regulations, and that's why we didn't receive any findings. When we say regulations, we follow to the T. Any deviation from a regulation results in irregular expenditure. So yes, I always hear local is excluded. But I think we need to be honest with ourselves and question whether local is ready. If local actually filling the documents correctly, if they have any missing documentation, and then it's always told, why don't we assist them in submitting, right? So if a business and a company can't put together a decent tender document for a high value tender, then we need to start questioning whether they'll actually perform the job on the ground. So there's a lot of variables that we need to consider instead of always making the same comments when it comes to supply chain processes. But I want to zoom into a certain ones, especially the March deviations came up that it's a major concern. And 11 million is as a result of two deviations specifically. The one is 2.5 million. And that was as a result of non-performance of a service provider. We had to terminate a contract after following the compliance process. Twice we gave them opportunity for recourse to correct, and unfortunately they still didn't put corrective measures in place. We then had to appoint the subcontractor that was working with them on the contract to then finish the job, right? And that was 2.5 million. The other one is 7.5 million that was awarded for a project under the drought relief grant, right? So the drought relief grant gazette allows for us to deviate because of the nature of the grant being an emergency. However, we had to wait for EIA processes to be approved before we could actually make the actual award through the deviation. So that was allowed in terms of gazettes and regulations, and it also meets the deviation criteria. So just the two deviations in March makes up over 10 million for that, right? Dysfunctional committees, I think that's far from reality. If we go to the meetings and how many meetings were cancelled, you'll see that there was 8 meetings cancelled out of 58 meetings, right? So I think perspective is very important. It's a different thing if it was 20 meetings out of 58 that was cancelled, but project managers have to be there because they lead the item when it comes to the evaluation process, because that belongs to them, and they need to take ownership of processes. So 8 meetings because of non-availability can be acceptable, especially when there's follow-up meetings within the evaluation process on a tender that is back and forth in terms of communicating with the different service providers in the process. So 8 out of 58 is reasonable. We do, however, press on the issue that availability of managers is very important, but I don't think that can be regarded as dysfunctional and that we need a complete structure change with a memo and that sort of things. So I think the whole discussion initially was, I think, was a bit exaggerated, and I think we're doing very well as supply chain. Thank you, Chair. Oh, sorry, just the one on translation services. Yes, translation services. So we did go out, we followed the processes, we complied with everything, and we made an award. The key reason for the translation services is to make sure that when the IDP in the budget, for example, this is just one of the reasons, it can then be translated into the language is required to summarize it in a manner that the entire community will understand. And that can then be rolled out in every aspect that is required, where the office, the communication office deems fit to offer the or require the translation services. Speaker, that's my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CFO. Councillor Heman, do you have a clarity question?
Yes, I just want to add commentary to what the mayor is saying there. I am fully aware of the deviations and I'm fully aware that there is an item coming.
Speaker.
There's an item coming in terms
Hold on,
of...
Councillor Heman. Who spoke at the back? Hold on, Councillor.
Point of order, Speaker.
Yes, Mayor, your point of order.
Speaker, clarity is when I'm raising point rule 33, Councillor only to speak once. The clarity is when somebody was unclear in their explanation, if the CFO was unclear in his explanation to the questions that were asked, clarity on that can be sought after. Otherwise, a councillor can only speak once on an item.
Thank you, Mayor, for that one. Councillor Heman, yes, could you please ask the clarity question? Thank you.
Albert, thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Heman, I cannot hear you.
I said I'm covered. I will
It's
come back to
covered.
the confidential item. Thank you. I'm covered.
Thank you. Councillor Zona, do you have a clarity question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is on these 8 cancellation meetings. The Speaker, perhaps I need to ask as a clarity, when perhaps a project manager is not available, I'm not saying it's going to be consistently, but is it not possible, because I want to have a scenario when a project manager gets employment elsewhere, what then happens to those planned activities or meetings that he or she was supposed to sit in? What mechanisms are there in Caucus to ensure that we minimize those meetings? I hear the CFO coming that it's only 8 meetings out of 58. We, what councillors, we don't have that luxury to be told if something did not happen, that it's only 2 that we've missed. We need to have systems in place to ensure that once
Point of
the
order,
person is...
Chair. Point of order.
Councillor, your
That's-
time is up. Who was shouting at the background? Could people
Point
please
of
put up
order,
their hands?
it's
Yes,
Councillor.
who's speaking now? Councillor Glulu, was that you?
Yeah, yes, it was, Speaker.
What was your point of order number?
Chair, 32.1 relevance. I think the councillor is misleading council. The CFO was explaining in detail the processes, but the report does not mention any manager or anything else. So this was, and the follow-up question by the councillor now is not
Can I
relevant
what you
to the item, Speaker. So please rule against that. Thank you.
Councillor, I'm going to overrule you. I think Councillor's question was quite relevant. Councillor Willifant, your hand is up before I give CFO to answer the Councillor's question or the clarity question.
Thank you very much for overruling Councillor. He's so excited. Have you promised him something?
Councillor, do you have any clarity question or is that all?
No, I'm thankful for your ruling. I'm thankful for your ruling, Speaker. Thank you very much. Councillor Gook was very excited.
Thank you. CFO,
no,
could
yourself.
you maybe answer the question that the councillor has asked, the clarity question? Thank you.
Yes, Speaker. So yes, the 8 meetings is obviously a concern. Like I said,
Speaker,
I do raise it.
CFO, Speaker, before you continue with the
Who's speaking? Please, guys, put up your hands.
Can I continue, Speaker?
CFO, please continue.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, yes, I did mention that it is a concern, and I do take it up, and I continuously communicate with the directors when there are no shows or in terms of evaluation committee meetings. So just for Councillor Zana's question, what do we have in place if someone leaves? So straight away, obviously, the director would know which tenders are within the evaluation process, and he'll also know who will be then allocated to that evaluation committee in the event that someone leaves. So that will be communicated with SCM, and then the process is taken forward. So I don't think processes come to a standstill. If someone does leave, there's always measures put in place to our process to continue. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO, to answer on that clarity question. Do I have any objections on the recommendations 10.1? I don't see any objections. So this item carries. Thank you very much. Councillor Roof, over to you for FED 18.
Thank you, Speaker. FED 18 is on page 365. It's the monthly budget statements for the period July 24 to March 25 and the financial state of affairs of the municipality as at the 31st of March, which is the 24-25 financial year, and recommendations on page 306 are table items, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Roof. My first speaker on this item is Councillor Himan. Councillor, over to you for your questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to know in terms of the item, where is this now on the page now? May you let me know, go to page numbers. Page number 369. The municipality confesses that we have a deficit in terms of the operation budget. Just more clarity on that 134 million deficit. Then also needs to know in terms of we are almost at the end of the financial year, yet we are only on 42% spent on our capital projects. So if I can maybe just get a reason as to why that might be the case. And then also in terms of our liquidity ratio, which is 0.85 to 1, which is quite below the national norm. Just want to know in terms of why that one is like that. So if the CFO maybe can just respond on those questions. Yeah, that will be all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Himan. My next speaker on my list is Councillor Gertenbach. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm partially covered by Councillor Himan. If you go to page 369, it's the first time in my 10 years on council that we record a deficit. Although the overdue consumer does decrease, there must be red signs going up. If you go further to page 371, we are supposed to, by this time of the year, after 3/4 of the year, we are supposed to be at 75% of expenditure as well as income. And if you look at that, our revenue is only at 72%, while our expenditure is 77%. That must definitely raise some red flags, and I would like to hear what CFO want to say about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. May I give over to CFO to answer these questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. So the first issue that was raised was the deficit. The deficit is sitting at 134 million on page 369. The main reason for the deficit is the write-off of the bad debt that came through in the previous council meeting. That was 167 million, and that has resulted in the deficit. So with that deficit, obviously the adjustment budget is tabled in the next, I think the next two items will be the adjustment budget. The correcting of the bad debt written off and the reduction in terms of impairment will then come into effect to then accommodate that write-off. So that corrective measure is in place. But just for council to be at ease, this is a non-cash item that in terms of a bad debt written off. All right. So that has resulted in the deficit. Otherwise, if you take the 167 away, then we would be reflecting a surplus of about 33 million, which is normal in terms of Councillor Geertenbach's assessment. That he's never seen that. So that's the reason for that the write-off has resulted in that. Then when it comes to the capital budget, the 42% capital expenditure, yes, that is low. However, there are reasons for that, and I do know in the budget steering committee the mayor went line by line in terms of reasons for the under expenditure and what measures are being put in place. Obviously, there's a lot of projects that's underway and the payment certificates are coming through. So end of March, there was still 3 months subsequent to that for project expenditure to come through. However, there are certain expenditure that will not happen, and that's obviously linked directly to the USIP grant, where there are issues and as well as obviously the adjustment that will be taken into account as well. So once those adjustments are taken into account, then the expenditure increases, and with the expenditure leading up to year end, the capital expenditure will increase. When we look at the liquidity ratio, and we're talking to the national norm, all right? So the national norm in terms of the current ratio is 1.5 to 2.1 to 2. And as at end of March, we're sitting at 1.54, which is in line with the norm. However, we need to look at the budget, and our budget at this point is sitting at 1.04 to 1. All right, which is the target for the year. So we need to understand that yes, council has approved a 10-year financial, a long-term financial plan, and over the period we need to make sure that it increases over time. So if you look at 30th of June 2024, we ended on 0.91 to 1, and at the end of end of this year, we're planning on being on 1.04 to 1, which is an increase from the prior year. So every year we're planning to increase till we reach the national norms that are required. And that applies obviously to liquidity, to cash coverage. You can see the improvement happening. And obviously only end of the year will we know the current year's status in terms of what we end the year off, and then we can compare it to the approved budget. But I can say that we will be exceeding the targets in terms of the current approved budget, and we will be hopefully exceeding that. Then the issue of Councillor Geertenbach looking at the 72% versus the bottom of 77% expenditure. Again, I want to go to the second last line under the expenditure table on page 374. It shows the 167 million on irrecoverable debts written off, and you'll see the expenditure there is 1,658.57%, and that's totally distorting the picture. All right. So the adjustment budget then corrects that, and then a true reflection of the expenditure is then shown. So, Councillor, we're not spending more than what we're receiving. We're about 2% under on revenue, but on expenditure, we're a bit lower than that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO, for that clarity. Are there any other clarity questions? Then if I don't see any hands, then we can go note this item. I don't see any hands, so we note this item. Thank you. Councillor Ruth, then we can carry on to FED 19. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. FED 19 is on page 420. It's a budget and treasury report regarding withdrawals from the municipal bank account for the quarter ended 31st of March, third quarter, and the recommendations are on page 422. I table the item, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ruth. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Himan. The floor is yours for the questions.
For the question, so thank you. Okay, it is just that in terms of the investment part, the 280 million, if we can just get a where these funds are originating from, also the intended duration of the investment, because it's going over to a call account. I know we normally do that when we are receiving some huge grant from either provincial or national, but just to know that how long that is going to sit in the account and possible interest that might be accumulated for that. And then also in terms of the motor registrations, the amount of, I think it's 15 million. Just a brief explanation as to how we derived that amount, and if that is correlating with what we have basically collected within the quarter. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Himan. Councillor Zana, you the next speaker on my list.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm covered by the latter speaker on the 287 million. I just wanted clarity in terms of that one, the withdrawal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I ask CFO to give us some answers on the questions?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the 287 million, obviously that is transfers between our current account and call account. Council needs to take note that we have received the 100 million in terms of the DBSA loan for the roads, and that forms part of that. Then obviously all other grants that we do receive, as well as the revenue that we collect, forms part of that over the 3 months, and we do manage between the call accounts as well as the primary account. And we do make sure that we capitalize on interest by placing it in call account and only transferring when we need to make payments. So that is managed optimally to ensure that we receive the most interest that we can. Then with regards to the 15 million, like it said on the report, it's motor registration transaction fees, and there's a system that obviously manages that, and we then pay that over because we're an agent for the department, and we keep our percentage that we're allowed to keep. So that is fully managed, and we do have all the reports that details the 15.3 million. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO, for that. Are there any other clarity questions? I don't see any hands. Councillor Zona, a clarity question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just on the last bite on it, Speaker, through a clarity, I just want to check to the CFO whether this 100 million that we received through the loan funding for the roads, are we going to put it in operational budget or is it capital? I think that's the only clarity. I don't know if I've missed it, but it's the only clarity I wanted to ask.
Thank you, Councillor Zona. CFO, could you just on the clarity question?
Thank you, Speaker. So it is in capital budget, and it's split over the current year and the next financial year. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other hands. Then this report goes for noting. Thank you very much. Councillor Roof, over to you for FED 20.
Thank you, Speaker. The last item for finance in this agenda is on page 426. It's the 24-25 fifth adjustments budget. The recommendation is on page 428. I table the item.
Thank you, Councillor Roof. My first speaker on the list is Councillor Himan. The floor is yours for questions.
Thank you, Speaker. You must try just to rotate the speakers. I'm always the first one. But anyway, be as it may. And may this might come to a surprise to you through the Speaker. Speaker, colleagues, fellow councillors, I rise today to support the fifth 24-2025 adjustment budget. Not because I believe it's flawless, but because I believe it is timely, necessary, and ultimately in the best interest of the residents of Caucus. We must be honest with ourselves. We are in the final 2 months of the financial year. At this point, our task is no longer to debate high-level strategy, but to enable delivery to ensure that the projects we've committed can be completed. Invoices paid and infrastructure handed over to the communities. The adjustment budget does precisely that. It is aligned toward the service delivery budget implementation plan, and it channels funds toward capital projects that are ready for implementation, projects that matter for our people, like roads, electrification, sewer, etc., etc. These are not new ambitions, they are just the fulfillment of existing ones. Importantly, the 200 million rand loan from DBSA has already been secured and disbursed. The CFO just alluded to the first 100 million. The first repayment is due the end of June. Whether we support this adjustment or not, that obligations exist. What this budget does is make sure that the loan is put to productive use as it was intended before the financial year closes. Speaker, I have raised concerns in the past and I will raise them again when the final medium-term budget comes before Council. This is the correct moment to scrutinize long-term affordability, collection rates, spending equity, and the full picture of the municipality's sustainability. But today, I choose to be pragmatic. I choose to support the administrative genuine attempt to deliver, to finish what has been started, and to ensure that the people of Caucus see the results of what was planned and approved. Let us pass this budget, get the work done, and return to the chambers ready to hold the line on the medium-term budget, where real planning for the next 3 years will be tested. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Himan. Councillor Zana, you are my next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I was just out of the meeting, but are we at the adjustment budget?
Yes, we are, Councillor.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. I think some of the things that the CFO have made clarity on have somehow captured me, but I think, Speaker, without of fear or favor or of prejudice, I'll just perhaps to state as African National Congress that we have never and we will never, as the African National Congress, support a budget, Speaker, that is presented to us because we've maintained over the years, and to us, to so many, it has become an irritation. A clear picture of that is when IDP priorities cannot be translated equably to a budget. The aspirations of our people, we cannot be able to finger point it to be things that were raised by people. But I think based on those grounds, we will not be in support of this adjustment budget, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Zana. Thank you, Councillors, for your comments. Seeing with your comments, we have to go for a vote on this item. Could I please ask the administration to prepare a vote for us online? Councillors, please vote. It's in front of you. Administration, could you confirm that all the voting has been done?
Yes, in the board.
Okay. Do you have the results yet for me?
So 17 in favor, 8 not in favor, 0 abstention.
Okay, so I'm listening correctly. 17 in favor, 8 not in favor, and 0 abstain. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's correct. Thank you, Council. So we adopt this adjustment budget. Thank you very much. That's the end of FPD. Mayor, over to you for 18.2.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The next items deals with planning and development, and it will be handled by Councillor Deputy Mayor Caucus. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. You may continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I see there's a hand raised. Should I proceed?
Hold on a second, Councillor Zana.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I was just going to ask for a comfort break, even if it's 5 minutes, please.
I will allow. Thank you. Let's take a break for 5 minutes and then we come back and we can continue. Thank you very much. Dear councillors, we're back again. I hope you had a good stretch of your legs for the second round. Deputy Mayor, you can continue where we left off for PD3.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm on page 585 to 597. This is the final approval for the encroachment agreements with the residents of Cape St. Francis Village. The recommendations, Honourable Speakers, on page 587, and I table this to Council for final approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Heeman, you speaker on this item for your questions.
Thank you, Speaker. In support, no reservations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have objections on this item. Then this item carries. I don't have any objections. Deputy Mayor, then we can carry on for PD4.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Page 598, PD4, up till pages 604. This is request for Council in principle approval to donate the two urban in question to the Department of Public Works. This is the item that deals with the two clinics that are on these properties. The recommendation is on page 600, and I table this item to Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Zorno, you're my first speaker on this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am in support on both items, hoping that the department will speed up the process of expanding these two clinics, because the clinic in KwaNomzamo is a very huge clinic. It serves a very big constituency. If I were to decide as a person, but those powers are not vested in me, I would have said there's a need for a second clinic in the area like Treesfontein. Also, the one in Patents is quite very small. If they are going to be perhaps expanding these clinics, it means that it will service a bigger population or the constituency. So I am in support of this application, because in particular the one in Patensi currently, because there used to be a ambulance depot there where where they want this land or urban to be donated to them. It means that therefore that there will no longer be vandalism and people doing bad things in that area. So I so wish that you can speed up the process of securing this whole thing. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. That's my only take on this item.
Thank you, Councillor, for your comments. Councillor Heeman, you my next speaker on the item.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support it fully. Both clinics to be moved to the donated rather to the Department of Public Works. There's a question of clarity. Because I know that we have done so in the past, but there has been delays either from receiving end or giving end. So I just want to know the streamline process. Are we now looking at a better way of getting it, since it is GNU? Maybe that is a plus point for us. These clinics are already being used. Communities are using it. The infrastructure is there. There's no cost to the municipality regarding this. So I'm in full support that we get our intergovernment relationship in place, and that we give this property to the rightful owners, which is the National Department of Public Works. So no reservations, fully support, and so I move. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Heeman. So I don't have any objections on this item. So we approve this recommendation. Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor, next item, PD5.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Pages 605 to 611 talks to the rescindment of a council decision done in the past on to advertise and in principle approval that's requested for the alienation of that earth in Vista for the purposes of the St. Francis Bay Paddling Club. Honourable Speaker, the recommendations are on page 607, and I table this to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I don't have any speakers on this item. Do I have any objections on this item? I don't see any hands on any objections. So this item carries. Deputy Mayor, next one, PD6. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, and appreciation, I'm on PD6. That's from pages 612 to 637. The alienation of portion 125 of Farm 335 in Ocean View. The recommendations are also included in the item. I don't have the page number with me now. I table this item to council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Zona, you're my first speaker on this item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on this one, I think we are also in support of this item, given the vision and the things that he wants to do in terms of in this farm. So we are in full support of it, because I think in our areas we really need more skills development for our communities. I'm sure. Yes, so I am in full of support as Speaker, because if you were to look at the computer skills development, you know, some young people might find these things that are going to be happening there. It will put them at a advantageous position when they are going to be applying for work, whether it's here within Kouga area or elsewhere in the province or country. But I'm in support of what the center seeks to achieve. Thank you very much, Speaker. Those are all the comments I wanted to make. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Zona. Mayor Borman, you're the next speaker on my list.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to also concur. I think this is a great opportunity for us to see more development amongst the young people, and I think that's something that we want to see all over Kouga, and the Impact Center is already doing really good work in our community, and I think this would be a very valuable addition to the Ocean View, for the Ocean View community, Tokyo community, Pelshers community, and the greater Jeffreys Bay community, to see skills development happening all over our municipality. So I also want to thank the Impact Center themselves also for coming forward with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. My next speaker is Councillor Himan. Councillor Himan,
Speaker.
you're my next speaker. Yes.
Speaker, I'm not a speaker on this item. It's not marked down here. I haven't prepared for it, but I'm not in objection of it, so I'm in support of the item.
Okay, thank you. I don't see Anna, then we can know. I don't see any other objections. So this item carries. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, PD7. Councillor
thank you.
Johan, sorry, I didn't see your hand.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, mine is just simple, just to check the time frame in terms of the team signing the lease agreement. As all the other councillors have indicated, this is going to be a great opportunity for the community of Ward 14 and the other surrounding ones to better the lives of the young aspiring leaders. Just check the time frame in terms of the signing of the lease agreement. Thank you very much.
Yes, Councillor Johan, this is in principle approval. It needs to go through all the public processes, and then it will come back to council again, just to give you some clarity on that. If I don't have any objections, can we take the recommendations? I don't see objections. Thank you. Then Deputy Mayor, then we can carry on to PD7. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pages 638 to 812 covers the PD7, and the in principle approval is seeked and authorization to advertise for a portion of Earth 499 and a portion of 347 in Imansdorp. I table this to council with the recommendations on page 640. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Iman, you my speaker on this item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me just quickly get to my notes. Okay, this is quite an interesting one, but I do support it in principle, approval of the alienation of 12 hectares to Woodlands Dairy, but however, with reservations. Let me make it clear, the support is not blind. It is rooted in the firm belief that economic development must be inclusive, intentional, and transformative. Woodlands Dairy is one of the most powerful economic actors in our municipality. We know that. They provide jobs, drive agriculture demand, and sustain a key of our regional economy. But that's not enough anymore. The allocation of 12 hectares of public land is powerful opportunity, and it comes with responsibility. We need more jobs. We need viable long-term partnerships. We need local businesses. We need enterprise development that turns township entrepreneurs into suppliers and service providers. So we will have to have Woodlands coming into the par with this. Woodlands CSI must step forward with some boldness as their expansion plans. Caucus needs to see transparency, measurables, CSI outcomes, etc., etc. Speaker, we cannot afford to alienate land without expecting transformation in return. This is 12-hectare investment must be a blueprint for how we uplift the many, not just enable a few. I urge this council to support the recommendations, but let us be clear that our support comes with expectation, vision, and an unwavering commitment to help the people of Caucus. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much for all your comments, Councillor Iman. I don't see any objections on this item, so Council take then the recommendations. Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor, we can carry on to PD8. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Much appreciated. In PD8, we are on page 813 to 829. This is the last leg of the council final approval for selling of the municipal residential urban within our Caucus municipality area. And this item refers to the original tender notice of 137 of 2021. The recommendations for this item is on page 832, and I table this to council for approval.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have Speaker Councillor Nzalani. You speak on this item. Floor is yours for the questions.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I need a request for the council final approval. Also, tender for the selling of vacant municipal residential urban within the Caucus municipality area is on tender notice 137 of 2021. We will support this. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor. Do I have any objections on this item? Mayor Borman, your hand is up.
Speaker, thank you. Not an objection, just for future the reference of going forward in terms of selling, because I do think there are other municipal properties that we don't need, residential properties that we still need to dispose of, and this process has taken almost 4 years, and that's way too long, and we are losing money, losing time, losing possible buyers, and so forth, and residents are losing out on opportunities to buy from the municipality. So just a plea or just asking that the administration look into the processes of disposal and of these properties, and that happens a lot quicker than what we're currently doing it. It is frustratingly slow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor, for the comments. Okay, if I don't see any objections, then council note the recommendations. Thank you very much. Deputy you can carry on with PD 9.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The request for final approval for the acquisition of the portion 23 of Farm 335 to develop a homeless center. This is in Jeffreys Bay. It's on page 830 to 858. We have recommendations on 832 that I want to maybe quickly get our attention to, Honorable Speaker. That the 10.2, that the council considers the average between the general municipal valuation of 2023 and the market-related valuation of 1.4 received from the independent valuer, which amounts to 1 million, of which budgetary provisions were made. I would seek that we change the sentence to be in not the specific value, but in line of valuation at the time of sale. If I do so, get approval from council to change that and make that amendment to 10.2 in the recommendation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I table this item to council.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just clarity, do you want to amend the 10.2 at the moment? Could you just repeat so that community service can get, corporate services can get the exact wording on your amendment?
Thank you once again, Honorable Speaker. Yes, I would like to request an amendment on 10.2. Current one states an exact value, market-related valuation of 1.4 million received from an independent valuer, which amounts to 1.05 million, of which budgetary provisions were made. Because we're living in a varying market-related process, we would like to ask and request from council if that statement can be changed to say that council considers the in line of the evaluation at the time of sale, so that if there are any changes in the amount, that we know that we are covered in the amendment, as this item is here since for a while, and it's now only coming to the final stage of the item. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. We have written it down, and administration is nodding that they've written it down. I need a seconder for this amendment on 10.2. Anybody second this amendment? Councillor Foley.
Speaker, I will second the recommendations made by Councillor Jantjies.
Thank you very much. I do still have a speaker on this item. I'm going to give Councillor Zana the opportunity. He is marked as a speaker on this item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, perhaps I just want to ask a few questions. I see that in terms of initially this was approved for Earth, is it 5772 and F6633, but I think later it was deemed that those ovens were not suitable. So I just want to check with this one, was there a proper assessment done that confirmed that portion 23 of 335 is a better location? That's the one. Also, that in terms of page 832, that the market valuation is 1.4 million, but council is proposing, as the deputy mayor is currently saying, 1.075 million. So I just wanted to check, will that not put us at a dispute with the owners? Because you know, sometimes when you want to acquire something from an as a state from communities or a different, is whether it's private people or different companies, they would want to inflate their price. So will that not deal with us? Then the other concern I have, well, how will they, because I take it that the municipality will not be running this facility by themselves. Yes, I know that sometimes homeless people, in terms of the discussions, really causes a health risk for everyone in town and all of that. But how will it be, will be the NPO selected to run this particular facility? And also maybe the last one, just to ask, where the communities of that area, in terms of public participation, engage that the municipality wants to engage having a center in their community, a homeless center, and what was the outcome of that public participation. Lastly, Madam Speaker, as I'm stepping down, I see time still allows. Did we really budget for this? Is it a budgeted amount that we have to acquire this urban? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Zana. Could I ask you to maybe ask the relevant directors to answer Councillor's questions? Thank you. Deputy Mayor, do you want to answer some of the questions, or do you want your director to answer?
Honorable Speaker, yes, we will be very honored to answer the councillor's concerns. I'm going to, with the indulgence of the municipal manager, I'm going to hand over to our director, Maramokwela, to proceed in answering these questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Chairperson. Yeah, I think the 4 questions, the one is this, was this site assessed to check if it's suitable for what we want to do? I think the biggest issue with the previous, with the properties that were identified initially was the location of the property in terms of the proximity to the CBD. This one is just in the industrial area, very close to the CBD. There is an existing structure, so we believe this one is suitable. The structure that is there can be used immediately, so we believe it's a better or the best option. In terms of the recommendation, you are right, Councillor. There were a few negotiations that took place with the current property owner, and in fear of them changing their mind, because these things are not fixed, we thought let's rather be safe in saying that let's not have a fixed amount. So the evaluation that we did, the intention is to stick to that, to say should not exceed that. But if we're lucky, we still go for the amount that is reflected. We just didn't want to go back and forth with council on if there are minor changes on the offer to purchase. And then the issue of public participation, no public participation was done per se regarding the intended use. That can still come before the formalization or the establishment of the center. With regards to how will the shelter be ran, the intention is to call for proposals from NPOs and then we assess who's coming with a better proposal from non-profit organizations. So we're still going to go through that process. We're going to have an evaluation criteria, and an award will only be made after that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Director. Any questions of clarity? Councillor Gludlu, you have a question of clarity.
Yes, Speaker, I do. Thank you very much. Just a clarity, has the business around been consulted regarding that portion? Because if you look at the picture, especially on page 835, there's a shiny, brand new, I think it's probably 1,000 square meter factory that's just been built. And if they were to find out that there's a homeless shelter next to it, we will have an uprising similar to what we experienced on Jeffrey Street, when the Billabong village owners actually blocked the previous land that we had earmarked. So being so close to the industrial area, I just want to confirm if that anyone around there has been consulted. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarity. I can answer in the documentation, it refers to the public participation with all the relevant owners around it. Thank you. Any other clarity questions? Don't see any hands. Do I have any objections on the item with the amended recommendations? I don't see any objections. Thank you, Council. Then we adopt the recommendations. Carries. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. You can continue to PD 11.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pages 859 to 924 talks to our planning and development progress report on this SDF, the Spatial Development Framework. And we have our recommendations on page 861, and I table this interim SDF to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My first speaker, Alderman Williams.
Thank you very much, Speaker. This report is, as mentioned, a draft report, and it is being engaged with by the Project Steering Committee. I would just like to ask the administration to take a look at certain aspects of this draft report, just to ensure if the information in it is adequate. I'd like to take council to page 874. And on page 874, you'll see there's a table on the left-hand side about gross value added. And it looks like the information is quite outdated. And it speaks to 2016, which is now 9 years ago. And I just believe something as important as updating the spatial development plan, council would need a lot more updated information than what's in this report. If we go through to page 876, where it speaks about the Human Development Index, again, the report speaks to 2016, which is many years ago. So I do believe before we get a final report that the information in this report needs to be updated. If we go further on in the report, if I can just get there. Sorry, it's a big report, Madam Speaker. On page 915, it speaks about coastal management. I think there's a lot of common consensus within the municipality that the dune erosion that's taking place is very critical. Yet this document doesn't mention anything about dune erosion or the potential impact on the setback line. So I think that also needs to be taken into account. And Madam Chair, there are a number of other issues that I could raise, but I don't want to run out of time. So I'm just urging that this report gets further engaged with and that it gets updated accordingly so that council can, at the end of the day, make an informed decision and apply our minds to the spatial development plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman, for all the comments. Councillor Himan, you might next speak on this item.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I've been covered by the previous councillor. So yes, it is just that most of the information is quite outdated. So I would love us to see a document where we have recent data going on the document, because remember that we are planning from that data. So the more recent numbers that we can have, the better for our planning. And then it's critical that we get our intergovernmental relationship correct when we're speaking about the spatial development plan, because we need Sarah Bartman, we need the province, and then obviously we need South Africa as a whole as a country. So it's important to foster those relationships and get those relationships correct. I know that the mayor has been made an effort when we're having issues driving to Bishop, driving to East London, etc., etc. But we will have to have those engagements for us to have a good spatial development framework going forward in alignment with the vision of 2030, which is a national competency. So yes, there's still a lot that needs to be taken into place. Love what we're seeing in terms of facts being brought to the table, but if it's outdated, then it doesn't mean too much for us. So I suggest that let's go back to the drawing board and we get just an updated version. And then I would just like to know from the director, there was a budget of about 650,000 rand on this whole thing. About 138,000 has been spent. So I just want to know what works goes into this whole thing. There's quite a substantial amount that still needs to be spent
does that speak about what we are currently seeing in front of us in terms of getting all the data? What is this money going specific to, and what can we expect in terms of improving the report? So when it comes for final adoption, it will actually be speaking to Caucus right now, the situation of Caucus where we're finding ourselves in. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zona, you're the next speaker on this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, perhaps mine is to welcome this report because I think there's a lot that it can address in Caucus in terms of our current planning and future planning, as our towns are growing very fast in Caucus. But I just wanted to check maybe and ask Chairperson, because I think I had a challenge in my own area, which is Milton in Henke, where there's currently households that are 6 of farm workers and retired farm workers who are staying who don't have access to electricity. And I see that here on page 873, it speaks to the census of 2011 in terms of people that have access to services, basic services, and also those who have in terms of 2022. But we were then told by Eskom, who's the electricity provider in this Gamdus Valley, that perhaps the area must be changed from rural to urban for those people to get electricity. And I want to check, is it not this phase then through this document that we can achieve that? Because a similar community in Ruitrai in Ward 7 is staying a bit further away than Milton, which Milton is a stone thrown away closer to Hanke than Ruitrai. But Ruitrai is able to get electricity, prepaid electricity, yet the people of Milton cannot get simply because of that. So I just want to check, can this document actually speak to that? And what can we do to change that so that we can give those services so that they can be counted in the next census, that they also have access to services, whether it's water, piped water, including electricity. But I am in support of the document, and I still believe that it's a discussion document because it's still in draft format, and there's room for engagement around it on the things that it also raised. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Zona. Councillor Ruth, you're the next speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Just if the director can give clarity, my understanding is that this is not the final draft. This is simply a report on the progress of the technical committee around drafting, putting together a draft. So just to show council that it's still being worked on. It's my understanding that it's not the request to advertise public participation. That is still coming. So just if the director can give clarity, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ruth. May I ask the director to comment on all the questions we've had?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Yes, let me start with the first one. Councillor Williams, yes, I made notes of the outdated information that needs to be updated before we go for public participation, and we will definitely do so. I will also maybe contact you, maybe just to say if you picked up any other thing and there's any source of information, because when we engage the service providers at time, they will say, please give us the latest documents, but I take note. The second issue was the money. I didn't really get all the question, but I think Councillor Human was asking the budgeted amount and the spending to date. I think the report before us is merely a status quo report. There are no proposals at all, but the service provider has already given us a draft proposal, which we are working on. We'll be bringing it, we'll be having internal session with all the directorates before we even bring it to council for permission to do public participation. So there has been a few other payments made, probably not reflected here, for the status quo report that we've received from the service provider. And then the question about ESCOM, we've got a meeting with ESCOM to discuss this also. Their invitation of urban and rural, it's slightly different to what we have. I think they classify the whole of GV as rural, but in terms of the SDF, it doesn't really work like that. And I think that is what is causing most of the challenge. We want to engage them to say they should not classify residential areas as rural. I think there are town planning terminologies there which they are missing, because if you've got a layout and we provide services and it's within the urban edge, we've got smaller edges in all other towns, and then just outside that you get what we classify as rural. Just outside the urban edge. But we've got a meeting with them now in May, beginning of May, and we want clarity on that and how it can be addressed in the SDF so that they don't come with reasons not to provide electricity. MMC Ruth, you are correct. This is merely a status quo report. As mentioned earlier, there's not even a single proposal. I think we just need, by the time we bring a consolidated document, to update the information that was raised. And then that other one will come with proposal, detailed proposal in terms of what we want to achieve in each town, which we can engage on. And then subsequent to that, we go for public participation, which will include other government departments as proposed. The service provider is already engaging them in the process, but the public participation in terms of the formal process will require that they also engage other departments. So yeah, thank you very much for that. It's just a status quo report for council to adopt the status quo report, and no proposal is in this document. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, for that clarity. Do I have any objections for this draft to be adopted? I don't see any objections. Director, you're there. Thank you very much. I don't see any objections on the recommendation, so the draft can go out. Thank you very much. Deputy over to you for PD 12.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Page 925 to 948 talks about the in-principle approval for the acquisition of an earth in Imansdorp. And this comes with the recommendations on 9 to 7, page 9 to 7, the recommendations, and I table this to council. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I was just indicated I don't have any speakers on this item. Do I have any objections on this item for the recommendations? Okay, then council adopts the recommendations. Thank you. Deputy you can carry on to PD 13.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm on page 949 to 959. It's PD 13. This is the request for council's approval to demolish the building on Earth 3291. And as we know it as the Caucus Cultural Centre. We have our recommendations on page 9 to 7. And I table this item to, my recommendations on page 951. And I table this item to council. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Deputy Mayor. My first speaker on this item is Councillor Iman. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a couple of questions of clarity that I would like to seek. First one is a council resolution that was taken in June of 2023, whereby a resolution was taken that council would receive an insurance report on the cultural centre. Almost 2 years later, we still have not received such a report, and that report is also not today at our disposal. Further than that, I would just like to know in terms of public participation. Yes, we have done a single advert that went out for public participation.
But I think in the seriousness of this cultural center, it was important that we sort of like seek to go to halls and have engagement with the public, like we had the previous time that we decided to alienate it by means of selling. So I'm a bit disappointed that we opted just for a single advert is just to tick the box. So that was it for me. So that was very alarming. And then also in terms of wanted to have at least wanted to know if there was engagement with any heritage department to establish the status of the building, if it might attach to some kind of a heritage or the building itself. I don't see anything in the report saying that such efforts was made. So in line of that, in line of Caucus municipality that actually evicted a tenant out of the building, we deserted the building, we left the building without any security. It's quite alarming now that that building is in a state that it is, partially because of Caucus municipality, because we didn't take responsibility for the building. So before I can even consider this, I need to know where is the insurance report and why is the insurance report not forthcoming. There was 2 burns. Did we receive any payout on any of those 2 burns when we have submitted claims for the cultural center? And that is where I will leave it for today. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Himan. My next speaker is Councillor Nzalani. You my next speaker.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and good afternoon to all. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I think Councillor Human had covered me, because my worry is that it's a long time now that building was established there, and it is a very important building to us as we people who have been doing in culture, in different cultures. And my concern is that you are going to demolish that building, and what about that open space? And it will be a worry to me, because as a person who is a son of soil of human dog, I grew up. There was a grave there, and Mr. Human is there. I don't know if that person is still there, but one thing is that when that building is been demolished, what about is there any inspector that will go and check what was underground in that building? And my worry, the last worry, is that is the rebuilding of what will be allocated there after this building is demolished. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zona. May I give over to the director just for
Thank
clarity on the questions?
Oh, Madam Speaker,
Yes, Councillor Zona.
I think I was listed as a speaker on this one.
You are a speaker. You're absolutely correct. Please, Councillor
Yes,
Zona.
but shortly, Madam Speaker, I think I've been covered by the 2 speakers. But I just want to check because I don't really think that we were answered when we asked this item on this item before, when it was brought before council. Was there any, was this asset of the municipality, was it insured, and was there any claims that we have undertaken as an institution? I think that one I want to ask. And also, is there a structural engineer that has given us the go-ahead in terms of that let's demolish the structure? And then the third question is on the financial justification. I see that there's a budgeted amount of 1 million to demolish, but the value of the building currently as is, I think it's 340,000. So are we going to get a breakdown cost in terms of what is going to entail in the demolition, like the waste removal, security, and maybe the question that Councillor Nzelani asked on the future of that open space once everything is cleared? What's the plan? Because next to it is a taxi rank that is situated next to it. Is there any plans of linking what's happening there with the taxi rank in future if once we succeed in demolishing it? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Those are the only questions I have.
Thank you, Councillor Zona. Mayor Borman.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Just three things from my side. Firstly, I think the fact the issue of the tenants keep coming up regarding there were tenants in there and we didn't want them there. And we put them out, and that's why it was dilapidated. The reason why we couldn't develop that building into something better was the fact that there were tenants in there and that nobody wanted to do any developments with the tenants in that building. So numerous developers and cultural organizations came to us and said that. So that's the one issue. Secondly, public participation was done even on the demolishing of this. And there were a few meetings held, maybe this time around, as Councillor Riemann said, but I was in those meetings. Councillor Peterson was in those meetings, in 2 of the 3 meetings, if I'm not mistaken. And there were public participation meetings held in Kruisfontein, in Humansdorp, in town, Humansdorp town, as well as in even as far as Lurie, there were public meetings held with regards to the cultural center in Humansdorp. So there was a lot of public participation done, and in those meetings also the demolition was discussed. And then lastly, I would like to propose, Speaker, that we add a 10.5 to the recommendations to say, and not to put it in this is a definite solution going forward, because Councillor Zana did touch on what now, but once this is demolished, that council, I want to propose that council engage the Department of Higher Education in order to investigate potential training and educational facilities to be developed on the site. Not to say that this is perhaps the only development opportunity for the site, but that we would explore that as one of the opportunities for the site, because I do think it's, from a location point of view, it's brilliantly located in the middle of town, in the middle of Koga, and would make sense to have an educational facility. So that would be one of the options, and not the option. And obviously, council need to decide on the way forward with that property, but that would be explored as one of the options going forward. So I would like to propose that as 10.5 on the recommendations on page 951. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have the recommendation. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Zorno?
I'm rising, Madam Speaker, to second that progressive recommendation by the Mayor. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Then I would also would like to give over to Director if he's got more clarity on some of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the first issue was it was not actually a question. I think it was a reminder from Councillor Human that there should be an item to cancel on the insurance report. It's noted. I think it will be discussed with the Office of the Municipal Manager so that it be prepared by the relevant office. I think there is already a resolution, as he did confirm. And then the issue of heritage department, I can confirm on our records, this is not a heritage building. Yes, it was used as a cultural center. And it may have looked more like an old building, but it does not qualify as a heritage building unless there's any other thing underneath, which Councillor Nzelani mentioned, if there are symmetries. But this item will not affect any of that. Ours is just to put down the wall as per the report, because the challenge is that more and more people are starting to reside in that building. There's serious agency on having those walls put down. We're just going down to foundation level just to expose the activities inside the property. So that is what we are asking. So what we want to demolish is of no heritage importance. I think the Mayor did mention the issue of public participation several times. And then more importantly was that there were objections on the disposal of the property there, not necessarily on the demolition of the structure as it stands. And I think that's why we didn't receive objections, and we thought we should proceed considering the agency. To Councillor Nzelani, yes, we will definitely have inspectors and engineers there. I think that is in the CBD, so we definitely have to be very careful on how that whole activity is carried out. And then what is underground, I can confirm, will not be affected. We're just going to slab level at least so that we expose the property. To the question by Councillor Zana, I think the other one was there an engineering report? We did request an engineering report, Councillor, but what we're saying here is that we are not questioning the structural integrity of those walls. I think we are all convinced that yes, even if it's something that we could have built on, it's going to cost us so much to put up a similar structure again. And with the limited budgets and priorities in terms of infrastructure for human settlements, I don't think we're in a position currently to can say we can revive that project immediately. As a result, the challenge is that what we're trying to preserve, just to protect that and ensure that people don't go into the property, will cost us more than the value of those walls that we have there. So what we're simply submitting to council is that let's urgently consider just putting down the walls and decide on a way forward. Your follow-up question was on a way forward with regards to the tax rank. I think there was initially a resolution, an in-principle resolution to alienate that property, to sell the property. But I think we have to consider considering where we are, all the proposals, and in light of what the mayor just proposed now to council, we may have to look at all the options that are available and only discuss a way forward then. The tax rank has been operating there for a while, and I think we had a meeting with them and they did indicate their intention to remain on that property. Further engagements will definitely need to be had on whether do we subdivide the property and create either a panhandle or a servitude right of way access onto that property. But the tax rank had indicated that they want to remain there. Chairperson, those were the questions received that I was able to capture, unless I missed something, but I think I responded to all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Are there any other clarity questions? Okay. Then I would like to know, are there any objections on the recommendations with recommendation 10.5? I don't see any objections. So council accept the recommendations. Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor, you can continue to PD 14.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you, councillors, for the robust debate. We are on page 960 to 971. This is to rescind the previous council resolution on R3298 in Municipal, and also to ask for authorization to advertise and in principle approve the donation of this earth to the Provincial Department of Education for the purposes of building a school. The recommendations are included in the item with the background information. I table this item to council. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Himan, you may first speak on this item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am just seeking clarity on the decision that we are rescinding. I see it was land given to Stolting, and then I also see that Kooperasie is being mentioned there. So I just want to know in terms of that resolution, what was the decision, and was the decision, was Stolting consulting the Department of Education and obviously Humansdorp Kooperasie prior to this becoming an item, and did they abandon their plans? Because I know that Stolting wanted to expand, especially since they're the only double medium school in Humansdorp. So it was to have one side English and one side Afrikaans. So I know there was quite some plans from the side of Stolting. We don't want to alienate the two because there's efforts coming from the wind farm in terms of the new development. But I just want to know in terms of the previous resolution, was it the parties involved, did they get tired of it, or was there some kind of a stalemate that was reached pertaining to that one? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Himan, for your questions. Councillor Zona, you the next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is very short, Madam Speaker. I think I've been covered by the questions that were asked by Councillor Human, but also perhaps just checking, because I know that for a fact that Humansdorp as a town is in need currently, not only a primary school, but also a new high school. So I would really urge us to support this item for an educational institution such as a primary school or a high school that the department will that they seek to build. But I know also of plans that the wind farms are having of constructing such a school. So I think we should really, if possible, be explicit that we want to alienate it for the purpose of what happened now? For the purpose of educational institution. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zana, for your questions and things. Director, could I give over to you just for clarity on the two questions?
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. I think the issue of Stilton, I think it's important to note, even the initial application was for a swap with Department of Education. Department of Education was facilitating that. It's the same case here. We just thought we definitely need to bring it to council so that they are aware of the changes in who is intending to build the school. At the meeting we had with the Department of Education and the wind farm, they confirmed that that proposal may not be going ahead anymore because then the resolution was for a swap, which we haven't gotten to that point as yet. We probably still have to discuss it when we come for final approval. But both applications are by Department of Education, and I think there's no intention for Stilton to proceed. They resolved to rather build a new school altogether, which will accommodate the whole of Humansdorp, or rather say the whole of Kocha. So yeah, that the Stilton proposal is not proceeding. Department of Education rather wants to build a new school. I think I missed Zana's, Councillor Zana's question. I'm not sure if it was a question. Towards the end of the question, I only had the first part where he says his questions are more the same from what Councillor Human wanted to ask, Chairperson.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Zana, were you covered? Yes, I see a thumbs up.
Yes,
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I was covered because mine were comments that let's prioritize educational institutions at all costs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I have any objections on the recommendations that was presented for council? I don't see any objections. So it carries. Thank you very much. Mayor, over to you for 18.3, reports of the Chairperson, Community Services and Safety Services.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'd like to table the items for Community and Safety Services, and it will be handled by Alderman Benson. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Benson, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. And mine is starting on 973, page 973 up to 1005. It's about the community work program policy. And I would like to read the 32 pages slowly, and that I can confirm that everyone did read, understand it. So I wonder if the speaker is all right with that I read it slowly, page by page, 32 of them. And then I want to have the recommendations on 975. And I would also like to read the recommendations. So I'm not clear if anybody did read that 32 pages. If the speaker say it's all right, then I can go to the recommendations on page 975. So I just want to hear, Speaker, must I read it one by one the pages, the 32? It's still early days, you know, it's only now to I think it's 22:04. We can be, if I read it very slowly, we can be around 5 o'clock. We can be finished with the recommendations.
Alderman Benson, we are fine with you just reading recommendations.
Oh, I'm so disappointed. Okay, then that the council adopts the community works program policy as required by the National Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs as set out in Annex A. And the second recommendation is that the council authorized the MMC, I think it's me, Community Service, Community and Safety Services, to chair the local reference committee. That is the recommendations, and I present that to council. Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you, Alderman Benson. My first speaker is Councillor Heeman. Councillor Heeman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've directed my question and I received answers on it. So I'm clear. I'm clear on what I wanted to ask. So I'm covered. Thank you, Speaker. So I will not be participating. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Zona, you're my next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps mine is just short to applaud this initiative, because I think it was workshopped by the department together with community service and safety here in Caucus not so long ago. But I think we might take these programs very lightly sometimes, but it does a lot of difference in our communities. We just need to ensure that we monitor the work that is being done so that at least our communities are clean and also our people are having an opportunity to get employment. Yes, it's not a salary they receive, it's a stipend, but one who receives a salary will always look down on that stipend, but it will always mean the world to those that are benefiting out of it. So it's a pro-poor policy, and I am in full support of it. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Zona, for your comments. So I don't see any other objections. Can council accept the recommendations? Thank you very much. Councillor Heeman, before we go to the confidential, I've promised you for your motion of exigency. The floor is yours.
Madam Speaker, and all councillors as well as administration, I rise under Rule 30 to move a motion of exigency regarding a serious and deeply concerning security breach at the Humansdorp Traffic Department. According to official statement from the Caucus Municipality, the Traffic Department has been closed due to a theft incident that is currently under investigation. It is alleged that firearms has been stolen in the situation, if confirmed, present a major breach of security and to a threat of public safety. In addition, critical infrastructure, including laptops and computers, some valued in the millions, were exposed during the incident. It is further alleged that no security personnel was present on site at the time of the incident. While this information remains unconfirmed, it demands urgent clarification, as Monday was a public holiday. Yet, this does not exempt either the appointed security firm or the municipality's own safety and security division from their respective responsibilities. In fact, oversight should have been more stringent during such periods. The responsibility lies not only with the contractor, but also with the Caucus Municipality internal systems and oversight. There should have been municipal supervision to ensure security measures were upheld. Where was the municipality supervisor responsible for safety and security oversight? Why was the building left unguarded if these rumors are true? The breaches raised serious critical concerns. Why would there allege no security guards on duty? Where was the municipal oversight and supervision? How was access to sensitive areas possible, including firearm storage? What immediate steps are being taken to secure that the rest of the facilities and systems are taken care of? The matter cannot be allowed to fade into silence. The public deserves transparency, and council must decisively act. I therefore move that the matter be reported for security breach and alleged theft to the Humansdorp Traffic Department be considered forthwith as a matter of exigency. Further, I request that council resolve that both the security company and Municipal Safety and Security Division be held accountable and required to explain the failure of oversight and protection. That the full investigation be launched immediately, with preliminary report presented to council within 7 days. That council demands clarity on why there were alleged no security personnel on duty during a public holiday. That all Caucus municipal facilities undergo an urgent review of security and oversight protocols.
that the current contracts and supervision protocols of both external and internal security be reviewed in light of this serious failure. Council must restore confidence by responding with full transparency and accountability, and so I move.
Thank you, Councillor Iman. Do we have a seconder for your motion? Councillor Zana?
Good afternoon once more, Madam Speaker. I'm rising to second the motion of Councillor Human for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Borman?
Speaker, thank you. Can I call for a 5-minute caucus, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, could the administration please give us a 5-minute caucus? Thank you.
Speaker, we are still not in breakaways rooms.
Speaker, we are not in the breakaway rooms and we are not in the government of local unity. We refuse to be co-opted by the DA into their caucus. Can you give us a break room, please? Can you give us a breakaway room, please, Speaker? Nothing has come on the screen, Speaker.
Welcome back, Council. Mayor Borman, feedback from Caucus.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, while we should most definitely hold the administration accountable and make sure that they give us proper information about this incident, a police investigation was officially launched. We did the administration open a case at the police station. They were immediately on site and started the investigation already. And it is therefore out of the administration's hands to a large extent, and to ask for reports on this matter within 7 days would not be either possible and or fulfill the desires of Councillor Human and the Patriotic Alliance, because of the fact that not all the information will be available then, because of the fact that it's still sub judice. So I propose that we wait for the administration and for the police to finish the investigation, conclude the investigation, and then formally report to council once that is done. Yeah, it would therefore not be or premature to have this motion here. Thank you.
Councillor Iman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The police is an external investigation into the matter. What is being requested is from internally, and as to how the breach happened internally. Nobody has been charged. There's no court case, so it cannot be sub judice yet. It's still pending investigation, and an investigation from the side of the police cannot hinder the public from knowing what is going on. It is alleged that it's firearms, which is now most probably like in a community of Humansdorp, which is gang rated community. So it's a serious issue in terms of a breach that has been committed. So as council, we should be debating on this motion, and we should be putting timelines. If 7 days is not sufficient, we should look at time frames, things like that. But it should be that there should be an internal report forthcoming on how security was breached from the side of the municipality, and not to wait for a police report, which can take months and months to happen. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Himand. Councillor Oliphant, you also have comments before we go to the vote?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I think firstly, let's appreciate the fact that this motion of exigency has been tabled, because in its absence, it is explicitly clear that this matter wouldn't have been reflected on by the relevant department. As a matter of just bringing council into confidence that there is this type of an incident that have taken place, and these are the processes that might unfold as we move forward. In the silence of that, therefore, I think we should appreciate the fact that Councillor Basil Human has actually sponsored this motion of exigency. That is point one. Point two, I concur with him 100% that this cannot be regarded
Councillor, 30
as a
seconds left
matter.
for your clarity.
This cannot be regarded as a sub judice matter, because nobody has appeared in court, nobody has been arrested. And so therefore the internal processes should actually be considered. We should conduct our own investigations on the security breach in that building. That is the point at hand. Whether you vote against it today, it will give, in fact, a clear message to the community of Caucus how unfair you as the governing party are in letting the community know what has actually transpired on Monday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Could I ask the administration to prepare a poll for so we can vote on this motion? Thank you very much. Please, councillors, vote. Administration, do we have a result yet?
Yes, Speaker. In favour, 6. Not in favour, 18. 0 abstentions.
Do I understand? 6
in
favour, 18 not in favour, and 0 abstain?
Yes.
Thank you very much. This means this motion does not carry. Thank you very much. We, at the end of our open agenda, we have to move over to our confidential. I'll just give a minute so we can carry on and get the administration, all the people that's supposed to be in confidential. Thank you very much.
Not in the meeting.
Thank you. Can administration confirm to me that everybody that's supposed to be in confidential is in this meeting?
We're just busy slowly moving. Just one, a few more seconds, please.
Thank you. A few more seconds. There are people in that's not supposed to be in this meeting. We're going to give you 30 seconds. Mayor Borman, you wanted to add something while administration is busy removing members of the public?
Yes, Speaker, thank you. I just want to thank all the residents who's watching online, and obviously, unfortunately, we'll have to close the YouTube live streaming as well. But I do want to thank the residents from my side and from council side for tuning in. It's been a long council meeting, but I do thank them for participating, and it's really great to see so many people participate in council. Thank you.